What's up, everybody? So, we are going to be talking about something today that a lot of women try to pretend they have, okay, the access of understanding. But I'm going to teach you guys a little bit today about something that I've actually been learning in the medical industry for about the last 6 years. Now, a lot of people have heard about, okay, the legal issues that are going on in the community right now. And these are legal issues with a content creator by the name of I Am a Solar Being. So, first and foremost, shout out to you. And I will say again, if you need some help, okay, with things that are unseen, okay, you are more than welcome to reach out for the free. Because, like I said, everything you do, when you're doing it for us, you don't need a price. Okay. Sometimes the price of winning, okay, is the only price that matters. Okay. And I'll say again, one reason why, okay, everyone is looking at the wrong side of what's happening here is because most black women are disconnected from their spiritual. As you come in, hit that like button. Let's talk about it. And this is why they have been keeping you stuck on talking about just your appearances and changing your appearances. See, the earth needs to recognize you. Okay, the earth needs to recognize you. Okay, you need to recognize you. The things in nature needs to recognize you. And we live in a time where they are convincing black women to become other races of women and look like them. In other words, merge your identities into the identities of other women. Okay. Why? Because the earth can't recognize you. Okay. Now, I want to talk about the fact that if you were to watch, okay, a lot of black women, okay, from certain time periods, where we were stronger, we were wiser, we were able to communicate with more telepathy, and so on and so forth. Okay. Only then will you understand why they had to make us hate our natural hair. But I want you to understand only a black man can make you hate your natural hair. And the reason why a black man is the person who came up with the hair typing system is because black men are the ones using gay witchcraft against us. Okay, gay men are using gay black men, men of all races, but I'm black, so I don't care what other people are doing. Okay, black men are using gay witchcraft against us. Okay, this is how they could come up with the Bible. Men aren't smart enough to help you do simple shit around the house. How could they come up with a whole Bible? They're not smart enough. It's gay witchcraft. Okay, and this is also why it's never made sense for men to do so much damn talking in the church, because for somebody who's never been made to work, you sure do a lot of talking and not doing, which is why there's nothing done. Okay, shut up. Okay, and one thing that black men hate to talk about is the fact that black men are the reasons why black women ever started covering their hair. Yeah, this is a fact. And I'm going to say this again. What white people in Babylon won't tell you, and I might get banned, I don't give a fuck. I ain't here for appearances, okay? Your hair connects to your spirituality, okay? Your hair connects to your spirituality. In fact, this is why I find it strange that people with dreads think they're spiritual. You can't lock your hair and receive energy. That's why when your hair is natural, you have to get the knots out. So imagine locking your hair and talking about your spiritual. You can't even get to the deeper level because your locks won't let you. Okay. One thing about frequencies is they need to be able to frequency. So, how can you lock your frequencies and pretend you're connected to something you're locked out of? Let's continue. For black women, okay, this is why texture has never been a thing that we talked about. Okay, texture only came up when they started creating biracials because when you merge bloodlines that don't mix, they create different shit. Okay, so if you want to start the conversation properly, the only reason you're worried about your texture is because black men keep bringing women who are not your bloodline into your environments and comparing them to you. Okay, this is fact. But what black women are understanding is the reason why I am a solar being and a lot of other black women are going to get sued is because they have way too much of a viewing. okay, to be showing women how to do witchcraft. Oh, y'all didn't know that, is it? Yeah, when I do witchcraft, I actually, okay, form my hair in different ways to receive my energy. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. So imagine when black women are still on here. I'm trying to get my hair straight. I'm trying to, and you're fucking up your frequencies. Okay. Your frequencies need to be frequencies for a reason. Okay. It's a reason why you have shrinkage. It's a reason. It's helping you with energy. It's helping you, okay, dismiss energy that you don't need, okay, and absorb what you do. Okay, so imagine when black women are still out here pretending why they don't understand how serious this lawsuit is. It's serious because they don't want black women to understand your hair is a superpower. Okay, your hair is a superpower. And there are rituals you can't even do without pointing your hair in a certain direction. So I feel bad for all the perms and texturizer queens who still out here pretending they're some type of indigenous goddess because your chemical, okay, cancers have convinced you look smoother. Okay. Well, if you didn't know anything about life, life is very jagged, very rough. Okay. You need stuff that's going to help you be able to sustain it. And you can't do that with shit that ain't thick enough. Okay. You can't do that. Okay. If it's too thin and shallow, you can't do that. Okay. So imagine when black women don't understand your hair has always been needed in your meditations. Okay. Your hair has always been needed for you to connect to your womb and the things that come out of it. Okay. Sometimes you don't have to say a word. Okay, you don't. Okay, if black women understand that the only time we actually use telepathy as black women is when we both got our natural hair out. Okay, you be giving looks like, bitch, you see this? Hell yeah, girl. Okay, your hair is talking for you. Okay, that's usually how you connect. And it's not even that. Okay, first of all, let me tell you something. Okay, I don't celebrate the holidays. A gingerbread, okay, has nothing to do with the holidays. I'm sorry that you're trapped in Babylon and you give Babylon credit for everything, but black people didn't create everything, okay, for white people to take credit for. Black people came up with gingerbreads. If a white person did, I'm pretty sure you would know they wouldn't even be this color. Okay, so if you're mad because, well, black people created gingerbread cookies, be mad. We created curly hair too. Meanwhile, you see nothing but biracials and other people trying to patent, okay, stuff that doesn't have to do with us. And I'm gonna tell you this. What's your name? Pharaoh. I don't give a fuck who you are. Okay? Don't come in here and get uppity. Okay? Don't come in my chat and get uppity because you could kiss my whole ass. And I mean that. Okay, I know most of y'all are so used to coming in women's chats and showing your bussies of fake authority, but don't come in here with that. Okay? Thank you. If you're going to come on here and facts, admit the fact that you're only here because you're probably a gay guy who wants to see what women are talking about so you can talk about it with men too. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing because I'm so feminine. Why are you here? This is a conversation about black women's hair. And considering the fact that black men have contributed to, okay, most of the shit talking you do on black women's hair, you may just want to hold your silence in my chat. Because the same hair, okay, they're suing, you don't have a connection to. Okay, so you've already sold yourself out to Babylon. So you may just want to be quiet, which is why you're here and not in a black man's chat talking about masculine things. So if your bussy is gonna be here, you're gonna be here and be quiet. Okay? Don't come in here and bop your bussy. There are no men in here who want it. Okay? So you come in and be respectful. It's a shame how so many down low men, okay, pretend that they can actually support straight women, okay, when the only thing you can do is start arguing when there's not even an argument to induce. Okay, where's the argument? I'm gonna wear what I wanna wear because I'm an adult. Oh, it's okay. I don't care if it was just one. Where are the six people in your live stream? Where are the six people in your live stream? This is what I mean when I say most of these men are gay. You're not asking me shit. You're here because you're jealous. Okay, because there's not anything in this conversation that has to do with you. And you're not a king, you're a queer. Okay, put queer pharaoh. I'm not a queen. I'm an empress. Okay. Queens are lower level status. Okay. Meaning they're replaceable. Okay. So don't come in here with your whitewashed logic. That's why y'all still doing tarot cards talking about kings and queens and jokers, and y'all are nothing more than the peasants. Y'all ain't even reached joker status to even be funny. Yeah, you can come in here with that because I'm gonna make sure you sit your bussy down in here. Okay? I'm gonna say again, the only reason why voodoo works against us is because black men are using it. As someone who is a initiated priestess, you can't tell me what is done in the dark because the dark is where I roam. Okay, that is what protects us. That's why you're given melanin. Okay, so you can browse through false light the way they can't. And my roots are connected. Okay, I don't disconnect myself because you're disconnected. You're here because you don't have a connection, baby. Okay, you're trying to find one. That's why you're here. After all, you channeled me. I didn't channel you. So it's something about my water that led you here. You feeling the flow? Probably so. Now, like I said, okay, black men think that because white people can't articulate your role and how you go against us, that people like myself can't. And the only reason why black women can't rise is because white men have been putting their nuts in your mouths and your asses. Ooh, what's wrong? See, in voodoo, that's actually, okay, ritualistic. It's ritualistic. But one thing about men is most of you will never admit that you do not like women, even the best versions of the women you say exist. Okay? So if you're going to be honest about something, be honest about the fact that the only reason why black men love places like Atlanta and California and all those, because you guys love white men and you love fact that America has given you access to the men of all races to do your down low things with. This is why black men will shit talk your hair as if their hair doesn't grow out of their scalp the same exact ways and textures. This is why black men come online and most of the things you can create as a content is nothing more than red pill content against your own women. You are already a minority. So how can you be a minority and still hate, okay, the womb you come out of? That's crazy, considering the fact that black men are still the same people who swear to God, okay, they love their mothers. If you love your mother so much, why are you trying to push her out of the category of a biological woman? If you loved your mothers, why are you not smacking these gay men upside their heads while they're sitting here talking about, I identify as a woman? Bitch, psh, okay? You wanna know why? Because half of y'all are bending over and getting emasculated by men who are in their most emasculated forms. Imagine still getting bitched by an emasculated man. Do you know how crazy that is? You're getting emasculated by a man in his most emasculated form, and you don't think this is energy related? What's done in the dark, okay, always comes to light. So if you want to be mad at me, you may want to be madder that a lot of times when I astral project, I be seeing a lot of y'all in your daydreams and in your actual in the darks, okay, pounding and plowing these gay men. And a lot of them don't look like nothing. They be up here with a face full of acne. I'd be like, all I see is potential herpes. Okay, and y'all kissing them in the mouth and stop it. And don't ever come on here and get too bold, baby, because I will come see about you. Okay, don't ever come on here and think I'm these white people who finna lie for you. Okay, I'm not trying to bust you down under the table. Okay, I'll pass. I'm celibate. Okay, so when you get through, I said what I said. Most of y'all are gay. And guess what? It's not just black men. The reason why it's so concerning for black men is because you are already a minority. There's already less of you. You already have less resources, less respect, less everything. So imagine you are just like black women to the rest of the world. You are. The difference is, even though they still look at you as not ish, You still offer yourself on a platter sexually to these people. You love to be used. You want to know why? The only thing you can talk about is ghetto gaggers, and most of those are African women from Africa, because most of the interracial porn is black men, and y'all ain't even getting paid. Let's talk about it. Did you know that the biggest, okay, category and most popular category of gay porn is down low married men? Did you know that? You want to know why? Because all of you guys work together to pretend that your firsts were not other men. That's why y'all love men so much, because that's who y'all's first are. Your first blowjobs, your first busting nut. Yeah, it's a man. That's why if it was a woman, you would be in love with a woman. But that's why women come second to your first nut. Don't get mad. Okay, y'all act like all women are slow. But no, some of us just have gifts that y'all don't like to capitalize on unless you could capitalize on. But y'all know this. This is why y'all don't like to teach us about ourselves. Just lie. Okay, you'll talk about God created the world in 7 days. Who bleeds for 7 days? There's not one month where I don't punch the sky because my period then came. Period. Okay? Period. Okay? Can you tell me why men can afford for us to pay for gay guys to get their transgender surgeries through the government, but y'all can't give us as women free sanitary products? Can you tell us that? Can you tell us why we got to still pay for tampons and everything? And the question is, why the fuck don't y'all allot us menstruation cups for free? But we have to pay for you some fake titties and feminization surgeries. No, Jesus is a motherfucking lie. Just like y'all. Jesus was supposed to be a carpenter. What the fuck did Jesus build? Name me one building that Jesus built. Nothing but your fake ass confidence is what Jesus built. And you're still standing behind it to this day. I'm a preacher's daughter. The last thing you finna come here and talk about Jesus, because my daddy was a down low black man too. Hated women. And always had the bitches all the men wanted. Because most married women are with down low men. And they're hoes. Because most men want them, but know that hoes like money, okay, enough to where they gonna be with whoever has the most resources. Okay, it don't matter if he delete her in 5 years. She just want to say that she did it. How you gonna tell me I'm not a preacher's daughter? Baby, my dad has a church to this day waxing the black community like a damn fool. And his karma will be exactly as yours. You can't get mad. I know what I'm talking about. Most of the women are in church are masculine hoes, meaning they leave the church and be selling coochie. Okay, they finna leave the church and go get their favorite trick, a beer. Okay, I need some money, some lunch money for my kids. Okay, I'm finna mess with such and such husband. Most of y'all husbands don't even come to church. It'd be a whole church full of women lying to themselves, competing with other women. Hey, sugar. Hey. Oh, girl, you look so cute. Girl, did you see that little ass dress she had on? Uh, Girl, messy. And then look at the kids. She up here talking about her son. That boy about gay as I don't know what. And she think he. Most of y'all already know what you're doing. Like I said, I'm the preacher's kid, so I watch y'all talk shit about each other, then pay my dad to give y'all a space to do it. And while he's paying his mortgage off with y'all money that you need, you sitting up here worried about what the fuck I'm doing. Meanwhile, y'all kids can't wait to get grown and cut y'all the fuck off and flex on y'all. Okay? I meet most of y'all kids again before I ever see y'all dusty ass. Y'all still be in the church lying to yourself. Meanwhile, me and your kids, they got a job at the same corporate building, laughing at these white folks like, girl, you see how crazy that is? Hell yeah, girl. I be trying my best not to catch a charge. Girl, don't catch one. Don't catch one. Just do this. Let me teach you passive aggression. Okay, let me teach you this. Okay, most of us meet up and link up later in life because y'all dusty ass parents, okay, have to be shown that they're dusty. Okay, we have to show you why we struggle in white America is because you love white America. It ain't got shit to do with racism. You love racism more than you love your seed. If you didn't, you wouldn't be still sending us kindergarten through 12 to they white ass brainwashing. Okay, you can say what the fuck you want to. You could, if you can afford all the lunch money and everything else you afford to send us to these white folks' school and cheer for them in the name of their colors and fake vibrations, you can teach us something at home. You can say, no, I want my children to learn, okay, cooking. Okay, I want my child to learn agriculture. I want my child to learn finance, and I want my child to learn health. You pick the curriculum when you homeschool your kids. Y'all don't school your kids at home. That's why the school takes your kids and pretty much just makes them part of their agendas. Why do you think y'all still sending y'all kids? They took prayer out of the schools, okay, then took all the colors that exist and made them gay. How the fuck can you make the colors gay? How the fuck can colors be gay? Rainbows are something that all kids live to see and use for coloring and creation. How the fuck can you make colors gay? Look at how transgenders took the colors of gender reveals. Shut the fuck up, King Pharaoh. Shut the fuck up. I'm not going to tell you again. I swear I'm not. You're talking too much. Okay? This is why most men are bitches. You are a doer. You are not a talker. Shut the fuck up. If you're going to do something, send some money. That's why Babylon pays you more. But we see what the fuck you do with your money. Put your money where your mouth is and shut the fuck up. Okay? Because every man in nature, okay, is getting it in to make sure they survive. There's not one male species in nature that bends its ass over for another man to be emasculated because you can't survive in masculinity. It ain't no creatures in earth. Okay, no male species. Species will go extinct before they sit up here and go gay. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Ants won't do it. Bees won't do it. Snakes won't do it. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Stereotype is not a word. Words don't exist. Words exist because what's understood ain't got to be explained. You don't exist. That's why you're always talking and trying to explain your existence. This is a world full of color. Why do you think you made colors gay? Because you can't reproduce. You don't reproduce colors. You're not from our world. How can a world full of color produce you? How can the only thing in this fucking world that doesn't possess color tell everything else in this world about colors? I live my life in colors. Colors. Bitch, and you ain't one of them. So the same way I don't see your fake ass words because they don't exist is the same way I give you a middle finger because I mean that shit. Okay? When I say fuck you, bitch, I mean that. Okay? I don't say that with my chest, bitch. I say that with my soul. Okay? I say that with my soul. Okay? The only reason why the world is fucked up is because you're in it. You better come through, Pastor. I don't vote shit. I am the vote. You mean vote? You can't be politically correct and spiritually correct. Politics are for people who don't have a purpose. My only politic is being a nigga. That's the only politic I need, and that's the only one that matters. Okay, those are my politics. The fuck you mean? Don't add shit else to my role of being a nigga. It's hard enough. Oh, the fuck? I said what I said. You ain't got to like me because I didn't come here to be liked. I promise you, I didn't come here to be liked. You must thought I was a content creator. No, bitch. Me and your ancestors chilling, okay? They was like, damn, they done made Ouija boards popular. Let's come through this bitch, okay? What are you talking about? Because y'all are using a live Ouija board right now And you wonder why I'm here? See, I didn't come here till they made the shit real. Okay, when they brought that Ouija board to life, I said, it's time, bitches. Okay, and I only came here to enlighten you. Okay, I had to show myself. Okay, why? Because when you're doing shit in real life that goes against Babylon, only then will they try to take you out. And if you're not seen enough, okay, they gonna do me like Bernie Mac and Paul Mooney, and they gonna get us out of here, and y'all gonna be like, where all the black people at? Bitch, y'all let us die. And we don't wanna come back. Okay, fuck you mean? We ain't come here to be nice to y'all. Okay, we told y'all before. You're not supposed to be talking. You're not talking is not something we put you here to do. Everything is here to be. Everything is here to be. That means in your right now. You never have time to be bored. You never have time to watch another species. You never have time to support another species other than your own. You were not put here to talk. Who the fuck created the talking? That's who the fuck we're looking for. Because you a motherfucking lie. And you've been lying ever since you used the wind to do what I told you it's not for. The wind is not for talking. So imagine when you still trying to pretend that you doing something with my wind that I didn't give you permission to do, and trying to use it against me. And then you wonder why I just knocked the wind up out of you. Just knock it right out your ass. Because you're not strong enough. You don't have enough color. What's wrong? You know damn well nobody would watch the Olympics if it wasn't for us. Slow ass. Slow at everything. That's why do you think you need the internet? You got to keep creating shit that you think is going to be faster than us. If most people could break down the screens of their electronics, you would be able to find a residue of a substance called melanin. Yes, you would. Yes, the fuck you would. You would break this screen apart and you would see a film that looks like tar. And it's because you cannot see through this black mirror without putting melanin in it. The same thing as your motherfucking eyes. This is why you can see through their colors. So the black people who still pretend they can't tell that they're fucking with your colors and your vibrations, knowing damn well your rhythm is not the same as theirs. Why you think they ain't got no rhythm? They got to create shit. Everything white people create is because you don't have it naturally. That's why you got to create dance studios, singing studios, vocal. You can't do it naturally. I don't give a fuck how good you think you can sing. I don't care how many schools you went to. I can go right to church and make everybody in that bitch cry. Because it's natural. Okay? Imagine when you got to actually feel some shit to make people feel you, and y'all still up here, yeah. What do you think pornography is? The fact that y'all can't even connect during sex. Y'all be here, yeah, you like that? You can't even pretend that you are realistically feeling things. That's why I look at black people crazy who act like they just in love with white folks. You gotta fake everything. What do you think the fuck? Do you think money is real? What do you think money came from? Money came from the damn trees. They got y'all playing this big game of Monopoly, and y'all actually believe this shit is worth something. Money ain't real. It came from the earth. Money comes from the earth. So they can only take earth and make things with it. And the things of the earth. Why do you think black people think they're special? Oh, I'm so special. You're only here because they need your fucking blood and your melanin, and you still up here confusing yourself. You are in Babylon. Let me give you the definition of freedom. The definition of freedom says the ability to act, think, and do as one pleases without any interference or restraint. Who the fuck didn't have that in America? The ability to act, do, and think as one pleases without any interference or restraint. So that means we're in the land of the not so motherfucking free. But I'm free, bitch. That's why I talk my shit. Okay? Money ain't real. Okay? I don't give a fuck if you gonna take me to jail. If I have to rob you to eat, bitch, I'ma rob your ass. Tell them I said it. Okay? This is survival of the fittest, not the scariest. We're all up in your house. Put your ass on this floor. Okay, I need this. We hungry, bitch. Okay? Okay, imagine an animal talking about you can't survive because I said you bitch, give me that. Okay, give me that. Okay, it's mine. Okay, it's mine anyway. Okay, y'all be on here faking and vibing for the internet. Bitch, get your dough kicked the fuck in. Okay, y'all wouldn't know what a kick in the dough is because y'all listening to prison sissies talk about how gangster they are. It wasn't no pew pews where they went. Okay, the only thing that got pew pewed was their asses. Okay, I said what I said. That's why they come out mad at the world. Y'all up here listening to sissy rappers. Rappers ain't no real talent. That's just talking on a beat. Okay, when I grew up, the real gangsters, okay? When I grew up, the real gangsters would be up there, okay, sliding on niggas and then get in the car. Okay. It was just my imagination. Okay, they wasn't studying no fucking pussy ass rappers. Okay? They wasn't. They was taking them right out. And to this day, they still getting taken out because they some pussy boppers. Okay, y'all up here bumping all the hardest pussy boppers. Look at y'all. Why y'all think the bitches came out gangster than a mug? The bitches already know they some bitches. Okay, the bitches up here, I got a Glock. Make it rock, make it pop, ooh, ooh. Okay, what you talking about? Okay, let's be honest. Most men have allowed themselves to be conquered by a man in emasculated form. You will sit up here and talk about how weak white men are while you ain't conquering them yet. You got the ability to got pew pews and everything else. What you doing with your money? The same way y'all ask y'all kids when they ain't got none. What you doing with your money? What you doing with your money? No, y'all talking about Diddy. See, if I would have made the title, let's talk about Diddy, all y'all daddies will be in here right now. What's happening with Diddy? Okay, y'all love y'all some bussy boppers. Y'all know about them bussy boppers more than y'all own kids. Can't even tell y'all kids' birthday, but I bet y'all know P. Diddy birthday. What he doing on his birthday? Fruity. Okay. It's funny because when people call you what you brag about being, then all of a sudden it's homophobic and it's wrong. The thing is, your homosexuality is a spirit, and it's the spirit of being emasculated. So imagine when you want to popularize your emasculation, and then you wonder how Babylon makes you look stupid. Babylon got y'all over here over advertising your emasculated sons. There's nothing else for them to do with them. Why do you think all of a sudden they're trying to get black women? They need something else to take the power from because y'all are so weak. Don't come in here and get quiet now. This is why every time they put you on television, okay, they got to turn you into a bitch first. And you happy to do it. Big Mama's House, okay, Shanae Martin, okay, white chicks. Don't nobody want to be a bitch more than y'all. And what's weird is if you were a straight man, it wouldn't be so fucking funny to you to see this. You'd be like, what the fuck they always doing this gay ass shit? Okay, because y'all, I grew up watching stuff like Family Guy. I grew up watching stuff like Family Guy and Adult Swim. I'm a preacher's kid. So dark humor to me was like, oh my God, I'm sneaking and watching something. Okay, oh my God. But the only stuff I could get into was stuff like Family Guy because they was breaking down the jokes that I'd be like, well, bitch, that's not funny. That's fucked up. Okay, so after a while, I realized that Adult Swim and everything else, their humor is gayness. Ain't that something? How is being gay so funny? But then y'all want me to take it so seriously. When they say it's truth in humor, it's truth in humor. Okay. I never realized that the bulk of Adult Swim and white people comedy is nothing more than gay jokes. Gay jokes or how slutty their moms are. And growing up, and you go to a predominantly white school, you never realize how gay white people really are till you be like, why the fuck are y'all always drawing dicks everywhere? I ain't never seen y'all draw a pussy, ever. Ever. You go in the boys' bathroom on accident or just to be seeing what it looked like, you gonna find dicks everywhere. Why are there dicks everywhere? Hey, there are more women than men. Why the fuck are men trying to turn themselves into women? We don't need more women. You have enough. Every race of men has enough women. None of you guys need to be turning into women. It's the fact that straight men won't admit they've never been straight. This is why it's always gonna be bros over hoes and money over bitches, because these niggas get money to trick off with each other. You are the beard. And if you're not a happy beard, if you're not able to be quiet and not tell the world what they're doing behind in the dark, even though we already know what they're doing in the dark, you're not going to be chosen. And the thing is, some of y'all need to be glad about not being chosen in Babylon, but it's only because spiritually you're not able to be tainted. Imagine when people only choose you to contract and pair with in Babylon when you're a part of the agenda. See, when you're not a part of the agendas, here comes the, that's why you ain't married. No, ma'am, I'm not married because I don't want to be the face of a femicide channel 5 years from now because I got with a man who didn't like pussy. Okay, a lot of women are not dating, okay, and don't give a fuck because we like dick. We like men. We like men in masculine form. We like men that don't want to be emasculated. We like men. We told y'all this. Okay, so imagine when you still have women up here turning into transgenders so they can get gay men. These men already told you. Kevin Samuel already told you this is what we want. Okay, they want modified women. Let them. What's done in the dark will always come to the light if women would be still. If women would stop going along with the lies, this is why we have Christianity and all the religions of the world. Women lie. Most women go along with the lie, and then when they realized that they get nothing out of it, then it becomes feminism. You go along with that shit until you don't get nothing from it. But you've never gotten anything from it, which is why married women need to shut the fuck up and get offline. You're always lying. You being married means nothing. Okay, most of y'all will be single mothers within 10 years, just like all the women who ain't married. So you want to know what's wrong with being gay? Being gay is not natural to anything in nature. In fact, in order for anything in nature to evolve, it must go into something different than itself and come out anew. That's what's wrong with it. There's not one seed you plant in nature that goes into the same sex of itself. So why would you? Unless you're not a part of nature. You've convinced yourself that putting something in your waist tube is normal. As a woman who takes poops regularly, I couldn't imagine a guy wanting to put his whole face in my poop tube and then put his raw in my poop tube. It's, you can say what you want to. It's not for that. You're still, gay men are obsessed with mimicking pussy. That's why I got the wettest mouth. I got sloppy head. You're always obsessed with what you don't have. That water, baby. You're not from it. Okay? You're from us. Okay? So imagine when y'all still trying to convince yourself that you are what you come out of. That's why being gay is wrong. Because everything you have to do to even perform it, you have to fake it. Okay? Your mouth was not made for that. That's why you have to put lubricant in your butts. It's not made. Okay? If it was made for that, it would naturally do what? Come on now. So imagine you talking about gayness. If you're confused about why gayness is wrong, it's because Babylon has already emasculated you. That ain't got nothing to do with me. See, I thought it was funny. It's so funny to watch black men go along with Babylon. See, when Babylon told you that being hard, I don't have filters, baby. I don't even, it ain't, this is a live stream, bitch. Okay. Y'all really being here bothered. Okay, y'all be big mad. Like I said, okay, you don't have any water. Okay, this is why you keep having to create lubricants and I need prep. Nothing in nature needs prep. When you're doing naturally what you're supposed to, you're not going to create things that are unnatural. If gayness was natural, you wouldn't keep creating diseases that you have to find cures to that don't exist. That's why you tell women to prep. We wouldn't have to prep if your nasty ass would just get on your purpose and stop being a hater of women. That pee envy that gay men have is all you have. You have pee envy. So imagine when you keep saying, I like men, I like men. Nothing in nature likes the same male species. They buck. So imagine you pretending like, oh, I love other men. I love other men. An ant will grab all his ant homies and whoop a bee ass. Get that that motherfucker be out of here. Yeah, they thought because we was little and y'all up here big as hell getting bent over, okay, by a motherfucker that look like RuPaul. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, you better suck it. Yeah, look at me. Y'all up here looking at T.S. Madison's and y'all got women all over the world who are already what y'all trying to pretend looks better on a boy. Are you okay? Are you the fuck okay? No, you're not. No, you're not. Let me help you out. Okay, because I know Babylon gonna keep telling you you're okay. You're not okay. That's why we're not okay. Okay, a lot of us can't even tell you and be honest. Most women are scared of smecks because we know how gay y'all are. The only women who've been pretending they ain't scared of smecks is women who already got diseases and shit. Okay, so they want to spread more herpes because they mad that I'm so fine. Who gave me herpes? They wouldn't know because they Uchi sellers. Now all of a sudden, all y'all on here trying to share the same Uchi sellers that just got something to give you. That's why they mad. This is why women who act like they living their life, they the perfect wife and this and that, they up here mad at me. Okay, what you mad at me for? Your husband that gave you something? Stop. Okay, you see what I'm saying? If y'all realize that the women who stay at the clinic the most are married women, most of y'all will shut right the hell up when you come in here talking shit. Be quiet. Go worry about your husband. Make sure he ain't on Grinder somewhere grinding. Okay, because they don't see nothing wrong. Oh, I said what I said. Okay, if most men were honest, they would let you know. They don't give a fuck whose hole it is. They will jump in it. Y'all worried about hair. Women be worried about hair, and he plowing a dude with a boosie fade. Okay, he ain't worried about no goddamn hair. Okay. This is why what's ugly on a black woman, gay men think it's exceptional on them. Okay. I think it's crazy how, and let me show y'all something. Let me get my beautiful self off of here for a second. And thank you so much, whoever sent me the love. Thank you so much. I'm going to look on my thing and see who you are so I can give you a proper shout out. But I don't think certain women are ugly. I just think they makeup choice make them look drag. But I want to show y'all something, and y'all are welcome to let me know what y'all think. Okay? You can. Give me a moment. And I've always said this. Since when do bitches who look like George Washington, since when are they fine? Shira Seven looked like fucking George Washington with some bad veneers. That's why she always talking like this. But if you look at the side of her mouth, all her motherfucking teeth gone. Can't even afford, okay, good dentistry. And y'all up here listening to this fool. Do your husband not have insurance, sugar pie? Can't no biracial. I don't have to be nice. The world is not nice. Okay? I don't know where y'all get this nice shit from. Okay? This is niceness is for people, okay, who don't want to be told the truth. Shut the hell up. I'm telling you. Okay? Can't no motherfucker that look like George Washington tell me about men. Cause most men ain't with me cause I look like no motherfucking George Washington. And these are fake witches. That's why they'll hit me up trying to pay for spells and shit. No, go get that from your white side. God damn it. Go get your fake rituals and spells from your white biracial side that disowns you, which is why you on here lying to black women. Because y'all can say what y'all want to. God, okay, of my ancestors, please don't ever let me look like this. Okay, y'all be mad when people tell the truth. I am a proud melanated being. Okay, and can't nothing that lacks melanin, okay, make me feel like something is wrong with me. Okay, ain't nothing wrong with me. I just don't want a gay man, ma'am. Okay, ain't nothing wrong. I'm not finna sit up here and go spend 400 on a wig, bitch. That's a car note money. What is you talking about? Okay, that is groceries for the next month and something, bitch. I don't need no wig that costs more than my survival, and I got fucking hair. She don't have a black daughter. She has a biracial daughter. I'm not gonna keep telling y'all. This is why y'all push yourself right out the fucking category of being a black woman. If your mother has, okay, white in her, You are not fully black. Stop. Do y'all notice how women who have a white parent, okay, biracials be having a white parent still gotta call themselves black because white people still fuck you and want to be racist. I have a black son. Bitch, how he come out of you and he black? Y'all hate for people to tell the truth. You want to know why I could talk about this? I could tell you why. Give me a second, okay? Because y'all know most of y'all built like some punks, okay? So I got to be nice, okay, to y'all. I'm feeling punky, okay? But let's talk about it, okay? How is it, okay, that y'all don't understand out of all this time that y'all have black biracials and none of y'all date them? Every race that y'all date as black people in America has black people in it. Why do y'all settle for the white ones of the races? I am black American and black Puerto Rican. And unless I told your black ass that, you wouldn't know outside of standing beside me and playing, "Ooh, girl, your hair's so good." Bitch, you got the same hair if you would let that shit grow. Talk to him. So imagine all y'all do is get with the lame people of every race. Nobody in their countries wants them. That's why they're here. Okay, if they were preferred in their countries, they'd be in their countries being preferred. They are unpreferred, so they come here to get chosen by unpreferables. So imagine when you have to be told by a Hispanic who is black, okay, that they don't like black people, and y'all are up here acting like they like you. They don't like black people in their own countries of origin. But they come to America and all of a sudden you like blackie? A motherfucking lie. I've been speaking Spanish fluently since I was like in the fucking fifth grade. So imagine when you know that Hispanic people don't like black people because I'm a black Hispanic. Okay, and my dad had to find out the hard way as a black American that nobody like you for real. They do like you money. And that still ain't enough for them to treat you respect you. Okay? So imagine when my dad all of a sudden had to hit me with the, "You're black." Okay? No, 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 no. You can't wait to let other black people know that I'm not just black. So you see what I'm saying? A lot of our fathers are the ones that keep this colorism shit going, and we have to remind them. Okay, y'all worried about y'all hair? My dad black as hell and has a texturizer to this day because he wants hair this texture, not his own. But will tell me I'm ugly and nappy headed. Tell me that y'all don't have pee envy for the same shit y'all create. Okay, I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask to be this beautifully melanated, but why the fuck do I love it so much and y'all hate it? Okay, bitch, I love this shit. Okay, you can't even lie to me because I'm black. Okay, I love that. You can't lie to me. You just each other. Okay, I come up in this bitch the right shade of black. You gonna let me know everything you don't like. So I'm up in here like, "Hi, can I help you?" Now go in there and be a white passing biracial or a light skinned black woman. "Ah, you're so pretty. Get the fuck out of here, hoe." Okay, that's why I let my hang on a hoe. Okay, I don't care. Okay, bitch, you ain't gotta like my fro. I might let it down and hit your ass with it. Okay. Well, oh, sorry, my hair is so beautifully floating like a cloud. It just hit ya, bitch. Okay, the fuck you mean? Okay, you better keep growing downward and shut up talking to me. You know we always up, ho. It ain't just Tuesday. We be up all the time, bitch, if you let us. And if you don't let us, we're still gonna get there. So, I love it. Okay, I love when bitches come here and pretend. That's why you will never see me make a video. "Y'all, you owe it to your daughters to have waist length hair." Bitch, I don't care if I didn't have nothing but some finger waves. I'ma shit on a hoe. Do you hear me? I come in here with my Betty Boop and make it do what it do. Okay? So you can say what you want. You have a right to be happy in whatever fucking body and vessel you have been given in this term of purgatory. So imagine when certain people just want you to wake up and hate you. Why do I gotta hate me? Because you hate your purpose in earth. Weeds still have a purpose, even though you didn't want to be a weed. Why you think the only thing they penalize is weed? Okay, the only thing we need, okay, you're mad at. Okay? That's why we need to smoke to slow us down from being on your ass. Okay? Have you ever had a white person play with you the wrong way? I ain't never sped up the way I speed up when a white person play with me. I mean, I just get so quick. The way my reflexes instantly increase when white people play with me is astronomical. Let's say some words that don't exist. Okay, the way my reflexes speed up, and I'll be like, "Oh my God, your face! Oh, poor baby, I done got your whole, just smacked the whole color into you. Oh my God, don't do that no more. Okay, girl, I don't even know how I smacked you that quick. Damn. Okay, you ain't talking about shit. My reflexes increase the stupider. Okay, you come around me and show your stupidity. Okay, that's why we're always evolving. You have to evolve when you're full of people who don't. Okay? This is why all of a sudden y'all went from old English to new English to all y'all white asses speaking Ebonics now. Except for when you want to act white. And then it becomes like, oh my God. See, what had happened was, no, bitch, talk like you. Okay? It ain't no what had happened. What's going to happen is, okay, exactly what the fuck I say it's going to be. Because I am the law. I am your law. I'm your law, bitch. I'm your only sense of currency. Melanin. And you don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. Look at that. You mad now. You finna go buy you some titties today. How does our titties move like that? Cause I'm water, bitch. We always moving. What you mean? Okay? Don't be mad. You ain't got your big girl titties yet. Okay? It ain't over till the fat bitch sing. Who do you think's talking today? How you doing, baby? You can't shame people who are proud of their roots. That's like me being ashamed of Sarah Bartman. Girl, why your ass sticking out like that? I don't know. Maybe because God wanted you to kiss it. Okay, I don't know. Regardless, it's attached to me, not you. That's why you keep having to lay your ass on a table and say, make me pretty. Please. My life sucks. Okay. Work around some bitches that ain't got their shit done yet or got the money to ever do it. You ain't gonna never keep that job. And if you do, you gonna be miserable. You gonna be coming to work, okay, with your church clothes on like this shit ain't even fresh. And these hoes jealous. Okay, she don't even, bitch, I got Dons all on this shirt. Okay, wrinkles all in my dress pants and y'all still hate. You ain't even gotta do merch. That's why I be looking at bitches like, why you doing all that? They hate on you without it. What are you doing? Silly goose. Okay. Look at all the white folks in here mad. I know y'all EBT cut off. Ooh, he mad. It's okay. Charlie Kirk. Oh, I can't talk about him. He like trannies. Um, married women. Shout out to the married women. Y'all are winning. Y'all are winning. Okay. Funeral homes aren't even needed. Funeral homes exist because your ass is always dying before us. And you don't want to go back in that ground. Because you know we going to tear your ass up. You know you can't go in my roots, bitch. That's why you have funeral homes. Cremation, anyone? Yeah. The air is the only way and the only thing that's going to help your white ass to survive. Because if you ever put your ass up in my earth, you know what time it is, bitch. I'll be waiting on you to fuck up. Torment your whole bloodline, bitch. The whole one. What's up, Catnap? Of course I am. That's why you can't create color, bitch. Imagine be like you're Earth, bitch. Does Earth is Earth not the only thing that creates all colors? If I wanted to have your white ass would be had, and you would come out, and you can't even. Black people have the whitest children. There's not a white person y'all create that's whiter than an albino. But for some reason, you motherfuckers call them albino. So if you ask me, we are everything you want to be, still to this day. Cause as long as y'all been living, okay, you can't create albinos, and our skin is still thicker than yours. Imagine being mad because you're not the only thing that can create different color eyes and light colored hair. Poor thing. I'm the reason why most of you bitches want biracial daughters in the first place, so you can compare them to me. See, black girls don't understand. They're having biracial daughters to compete with me. And then when them bitches can't compete to compare, they come fuck with y'all. Because y'all sit up here and praise them. And I'm like, bitch, and dry ass fucking curls. They be up there, oh my God, I need a new product. When you get through, a lot of black women pretend, okay, that they are the black women certain people are jealous of. It is never you. I know, because certain black women that I meet, I only bond with them because they're the black women that other black women try to shit on, but they cool as fuck. They cool as fuck, and y'all be hating on them. See you later. Do you know how many times I've lived in the hood? See, some of y'all, I be wondering how y'all can't survive the hood. Okay, I do, and I think it's because you hate yourselves. Because when I go to the hood, I always end up finding cool ass hood girls. Always. Always. It's only the bitches who are bald headed and angry and love chasing down low men who hate other black women. But if you would stop doing that, you'd be in this conversation joining it. But the women who can't be honest, they're somewhere talking about hypergamy and this and that. Bitch, the same people who created the word hypergamy have the gayest men. Imagine all the black women have watched black men be turned out by white people in every other race, and y'all are lining up to become swirlers so they can do you the same way. Lining up to be turned out by men who literally are just looking for something that hasn't been turned out yet. Look at all the people coming in here who don't have a face. I don't have kids. And I will say again, this is why I say let them talk. You ain't talking about shit. Okay? You're not anonymous. You're just a nobody. Imagine saying, I want to be anonymous. You want to be anonymous because you know you're not shit. If you are somebody and worth listening to, you would show your face like everybody else. I'm not, bitch, I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. The fuck you think I wasn't scared of you before the internet. The fuck I'm gonna be scared now? What I tell you about my big ass that God gave me? Okay, get to kissing it. Okay, I don't care about none of that. Mm-hmm. Little Caesar, Planet of the Apes. These little monkeys in here, man, they have not evolved. Okay, they evolved from these monkeys and they have just, we're Planet of the Apes now. We cannot keep these monkeys in line. They have just lost their minds. Lord, free the monkeys. Oh, you must forgot. Y'all the ones that said y'all come from monkeys in every fucking history book there is. But you always calling somebody else a monkey. No, bitch, you're a monkey. That's your way of tying yourself into nature. But imagine out of all the things you could be, you still want it to be something that you feel like depicts more of us in nature. And you wonder why we say shit like we go ape shit and you can't. You still gotta give them monkeys more respect than you, don't you? Why? Because they have more purpose than you. That's why the monkeys are in the zoos, but your monkey ass is free. Monkey see, monkey do. You copied the monkeys, then put them in zoos, and now you're acting like you're free. When all we see, the fact is that we deserve the monkeys, not you. Okay, because even the monkeys, okay, ain't gay. Okay, y'all can't even gay the animals y'all keep putting in zoos. You're the one that need to be in the zoo. You're the one that can't properly function in nature. Your name is Ethan. Okay? Your name is Ethan. That sounds like a demonic name. No, white people can't use voodoo. That's why you're still trying to pretend you can. See, if you could use voodoo, you wouldn't need Marvel characters in cartoons. You wouldn't even need this. But because you know you can't get it like me, that's why you're here mad. After all, Jesus didn't lead you here, did he? Who led you here? Your need for not being able to evolve and create shit, not even a thought of your own. Even your racist thoughts, a coon had to give you because you're too dumb to even come up with how you're racist. Imagine the only racist shit you say. We done heard that shit so long. We done been hearing this shit since like second grade. It's like hearing a third grader try to argue with you and you looking for the parents so you don't smack them. Who kids is this? Okay, you still acting like that shit whole weight to us. How would that whole weight to us? We've been watching you be insecure our whole lives. We've been watching y'all be confused and slow your whole lives. Most of y'all are Jenny and Forrest Gump. Hoes and dummies. It don't matter what I look like. I look fly. I look good. If you mad, that's good. Okay, I don't give a fuck. It's embarrassing to watch, but you here giving me watch hours. Voodoo is not a word for manifestation. You wish it was, but if voodoo was something you could do, why do you think you're here on my channel? You can't do it. That's why I be whooping y'all ass every time you go to sleep. You know what time it is. Yeah, I don't even watch TV, bitch. I ain't even gotta watch your lies. Okay? Y'all be having shows like Chopped. How the fuck can people who never cook for themselves, as soon as you start cooking, you're a chef? Bitch! And the shit's still nasty. Name one chef y'all go to. Y'all be at KFC eating straight salt. Talking about some, you want some fried chicken? Name one thing that's popular for your asses that you don't get from the slaves. Name one year the whole world is not online roasting your mother's cooking. How can a bitch who had nothing but time to sit in the house and do nothing not know how to cook? You want to know why she can't cook? Because she was too busy watching us, like your ass over here right now. You can't never find anything to do but watch us. That's why after a while, when a bitch be like, what you looking at? No, bitch, I'm only looking at you because you're always watching me. So when I speak on you, just admit the fact that we're only talking about what the fuck you're always staring at when you're alone anyway. What's done in the dark. The same way a lot of black men have to boss Becky up into a black version, okay, of her better self, is the same way a lot of y'all dusty white men be hoping a black woman elevates your looks. Because the thing is, you want our swag. Okay, you want our swag. Okay, but what you want to demonize, okay, and make leave our bodies is our soul. Okay, and that's our light. And if you condemn our light before we die, you have completed your job. That's why the only things in nature who needed words were people who wasn't saying shit. You. To this day, you can't stop creating shit because you're nothing. And nothing will always try to make itself seem like everything. And there's nothing in nature that needed your white ass with no color to explain it. There's not one ant that wouldn't know how to be an ant if your white ass didn't explain it. There's not one fucking bee. There's not one lion. There's nothing that wouldn't know how to do anything if your ass didn't open your lipless mouth. Why do you think your mouth is lipless? Do you think it's because you were made to talk so much? Why do you think the natural rhythm that everything has, even the trees blow with more rhythm than you? You have no connection to this earth. You don't even have a connection to vibration. That's why you have to learn somebody else's vibrations and be like, I'm a hip hop dancer. You ain't hip shit. Hop your ass on over there, little bunny. See, when the weeds get up and start talking, well, it gets very windy. Being long winded still doesn't make you valuable as a resource. That's why everything still operates even when the wind stops blowing. But if the water stops watering, if the land stops landing, you catch my drift? You can't hold power and authority when you're not connected to the roots of the womb. And that's why your bitch ass is always mad. Of course, you're black and love whites, but most of the time, you're just a white person. You're just a Ritz or a club cracker, okay, who loves us more than we will ever love you. Because if you loved us that much, you would let us be free. But we can't be free because your whole life is watching us and pretending you're living the life. After all, name one part of your fake ass game of Monopoly you could keep up without us. Imagine being a peasant of nature and trying to keep everything else from naturing because your place in nature is not as grand as you want it to be. So you've taken nature out of God's status and put your bland, useless, boring ass in the center of it. Now look at the world. Nothing has evolved. Everything is gay and going backwards because you're backwards and gay and weren't meant to be here. You only created yourself out of anger. Imagine when you're created out of hatred and envy. You are the Cain and Abel spirit. That's why snakes could talk to you, bitch. Not us. We don't speak Slytherin, Harry Potter. You alright? So tell Eve ass to stop lying. And Adam too. Because Adam never wanted Eve. Adam wanted another Adam. And that's what Adam created. Why do you think even in science they be like, atom? What is an atom? Electron, proton, neutron. They're just letting you know they don't have a place. Just talking. You can't explain what your monkey ass don't come from. If you did, you would have it. That's why you keep trying to breed with it. Why you think every fucking commercial is your white ass mother with a black man? Why y'all sit up here and be like, okay, I'm okay being a torta. Most of your mothers are tortas. Most of your mothers look like Griselda Blanca if they don't come to America and get their bodies done. So what are you talking about? Chill out, George Lopez. Y'all be in America forgetting y'all ain't white. Chill out, baby. Can't nobody that's made like an ironing board come talk shit to me. All y'all made like the lunch lady and mad. Go brush your hair or something. Go brush your mane, little animal. Oh, that's even better. Thank you for letting me know. You're from a place that's called an animal. Well, hi, Turkey. This is Turtle Island, bitch. How are you? Speed up. Because at the end of the day, Turkey, if you really wanted, okay, to be seen as something, you'd be running to America yourself. After all, why are so many of your people over here? We surely didn't ask for turkeys to be on Turtle Island. And while you're worried about me, you need to be worried about them dancing boys, okay, and the down low culture y'all keep. That's why your women can't even walk around. Y'all are so gay, y'all don't even want to see what y'all women look like. Or let me guess, they finally let you start wearing pants. So you're over here trying to prove how masculine you are. Like I said, women of other races only hate black women because most of them are with the most down lowest men ever. That's why after a while, they can't even pretend that their cultures aren't gay. Look at their cultures. That's why you're a third world country. All your men are gay and want trannies. And they came to America to have a last hope at being normal. Then you come here and gay us because most of your countries are already gay. So most black people in America, okay, are up against all y'all gay ass societies that hate women and love little boys. And y'all mad at black women because men who like pee still prefer us. Nobody wants your long nose. Nobody wants, okay, your flat, no volume ass hair. Just you and the bitches that hate themselves. But they hate themselves because you do. So them wanting to be you says more about them than me. We already know everything about you. You're always playing victim. Remember? Y'all are the ones who come here to colonize yourselves. America never comes to your countries to get you. Y'all run here hoping that y'all can claim white. Because in your countries, you're the black people. Then y'all come here and be mad at the world because the only thing white people let you do is slave. Be at a gas station watching us spend money. Yo, black ass in your country could never spend like us. You just here to take our money. Okay, so you still here to work. And you work for us, bitch. Now give me my receipt, bitch, that I've been here. What's wrong? You came here to work. You better work, bitch. You thought you came here to live the dream. You're so funny. Oh my God. Could you imagine coming here and thinking that you are going to be more up than white people? That's why we be in the neighborhoods with them and you be in the neighborhoods with other black people. Oh, that is so funny. It's hilarious. You never know what that's like. That's why y'all be here mad. Mm-hmm. It's okay. What's up, Happy Cat? Oh no. Still saying words that don't exist. Your mother? I bet if any of y'all had a picture and we was to match it, all your mothers and sisters are on OnlyFans and they're probably strung out junkies. Just like y'all. Y'all being here mad. I'm just gonna tell the truth. But let's get back to the topic. But this is also why I tell black women to wear your hair. Okay. I tell black women to wear your hair because you're able to channel, okay, your emotions. You're able to channel other people's emotions. You are able to do whatever it is you need to do to manipulate the frequencies around you to get whatever it is you need. A lot of women don't understand that peace really is still. But that's why Babylon keeps you moving and doing things that are absolutely useless. Correct. Correct. Hey, how you doing? I will say again, the only reason why black men a lot of times feel like they're more connected to witchcraft and things of the mother and femininity is because they wear their hair. Okay? Most black men don't really even gay, there are more gay black men than there are like transgender black men and stuff like that. But if you pay attention, most of them actually have their scalps out. Okay, it don't matter if you have a fro this big, it's out. Okay, a lot of women need to understand your hair is your superpower, and a lot of times the way your hair grows is how your favor and essence will grow. So you have to allow it to grow slowly, okay, but intuitively. Okay, you do. And it does a lot for how you channel people, the things you attract, the things you reject and rebuke, and you don't have to do much. Imagine just being helps you. Okay? And I'm gonna help y'all out. I'm gonna get some of these Ritz and club crackers out of here. Because no one cares. Okay? You are more than welcome. I'm gonna say this again. The only black people who don't get promoted on this algorithm or any algorithm are the black people who are separating from Babylon. And for good reason. The only reason that matters. Your purpose. You can't be on your purpose as a black person and participate in Babylon for real. Okay? People be like, well, you getting your doctorate? You know I'm getting my doctorate because I don't want to have to send anybody on my compound to white people for their health. So imagine when you've been robbed of basic knowledge and you're trying to shame me over stuff that I need, okay, to help myself. Okay, I don't give a damn what you like or don't like. I'm not getting in debt for no reason. It ain't fun to get in debt. Okay, they're charging you for knowledge they don't want to give you, and the money isn't real. So they're making you exert your energy to get this. So imagine being mad at me, okay, because I'm seriously, okay, doing what I need to help my people. I don't give a fuck what you think. Okay? Why would I come here and not practice what I preach? And the black people I connect the most to are black people who are separating from Babylon because they know it's more to life. They know that they can't, okay, understand each other and understand intimacy of our melanin, okay, when Babylon is in the center of it. Okay, look at all the black couples who be sitting up here watching TV all day. Before they know it, okay, he's looking at white corn. She thinks so she needs a white man for money. All the stuff in Babylon eventually brings you to disliking each other or seeing stuff in each other that doesn't matter because it doesn't exist. So after a while, the separation a lot of us go through is not like white people. A lot of their anger is genuine. Okay, they are mad at their husbands because they're gay. They are feminism because they know their men are. They are pushing everything in their culture onto everybody in the world. Okay, and because every other culture has already proven time and time again that they hate themselves, if these cultures love themselves, they could make their own countries a superpower. They want to come to America and pretend they are America's superpower. The same energy they have to come here and act uppity about something and all this ambition, if they had that same ambition at home, their countries wouldn't be shitholes, would they? Okay. So at the end of the day, the people who do the least work are always the people who have you working the hardest because their main job is keeping you tired, keeping you inactive on your purpose. And your purpose is not assisting them. Your purpose is not working around them. Your purpose is not waking up and exerting yourself in Babylon at jobs where you have to be around their frequencies for 8, 10, 12 hours a day. That was never meant for you to be around their frequencies. You are a slave. And in order to be a proper slave, you have to be around people who want to be a slave more than you. That's why all these other people are here. They come to colonize themselves. Nobody wants them. Okay, so they come here to colonize themselves. I'm going to say again, the definition of freedom, according to white people who know everything, is freedom is the ability to act, think, and do as one pleases without any restraint or interference. Name one white person who has given you the ability to do that. So, this is why I tell white people shut the fuck up. Because you know we're in slavery. The difference is you hate us so much, you put your dumb white ass in slavery too. That's the difference because now you're a slave too, trying to hate us. Instead of let us be free, you have enslaved yourselves. That's why we can afford more than you. And when you see us ride by and we have more, okay, in Babylon than you, you're mad. Or you try to get with us. That's the only time y'all see. I think it's crazy that black men and black women don't look at this. As somebody who grew up, my dad, both of my parents are from the PJs. My mom is from Chicago, and my mom's a Puerto Rican, okay, who is not light enough to be white passing. Okay, she very much Negro. She just lighter than me. Okay, so guess I'm back, y'all. Like I was saying, my mother is from, okay, Chicago. My dad is from the outskirts of Memphis. Okay, so imagine, okay, a country guy meeting a city girl, okay, getting together, okay, and still being different types of what I would like to consider toxic black. And when I say toxic black, I say toxic black because I very much feel like colorism was at play when my parents got together. Okay, that's just a fact. The only reason I know this is because I'm the child of them. So imagine when other black people hate the fact that they love my colorist parents, but don't want to hear the experience that the colorist ass gave me as a black woman. Okay, and they know what they were doing. So it's like getting with two different types of people, right? Who know that what they're doing, okay, is supposed to be based in love, but they're not doing it out of love. Okay. I'm gonna say again, I very much feel like my mother knew that my dad did not like her because of how he treated her. My dad was very mean to my mom most of the time, but my mom was good at keeping appearances. So if you ask me, being the daughter of somebody who watched that, I never believed for 1 second that black guys really do like preferences more than they like black women. In fact, I watched my dad treat lighter skinned women much better than he treated my mother. Okay. Like all the time. To the fact where light skinned black women were the main women who taunted my mother as a browner biracial. Okay. Just a fact. Okay, y'all can be mad about it. Y'all can, I don't really care. Okay, we gonna talk about it. Like, I think it's sad that you can't even tell your truth. Okay, y'all will sit up here and listen to biracials cry about being with white people. Your parents knew what they was getting into when they dated white people and had kids with them. I never planned on having a black parent, two black parents, and having these experiences as a black person who can only claim black. Nobody looked at me and saw me as anything other than black. So imagine when other black people are the ones who won't allow you to tell your story, but you always, oh, I like Lotto, I like Cardi B. Y'all like Cardi B more than me, and I actually speak more Spanish and am more related to my heritage than Cardi B. Most of y'all are actually Hispanic too. You wouldn't know. That's why Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. If you were to look at the fact that North America is just a subset of South America, you would understand there are more niggas in America than white people. We did not come from Africa. Okay? The niggas that was here in slavery that they took from us, they put in Brazil. This is why Brazilians speak Portuguese and not Spanish. They do not want you to even connect to your other bloodlines. Because if you did, guess what? All of America would be black again. Hey, it's Turtle Island coming to you live. Did you forget? Yeah, I didn't. I can't. So at that point, when I can't forget, I can only remind you of the fact that Cardi B and people like her play into everything that all the rest of the tethers play into, which is pretending to be you. Okay? Taraji, okay, Viola Davis, all of these people are tethers. They are not black Americans. They are people saying they are black Americans to benefit off of you as a collective for whatever places they come from. They could be from Scotland, they could be from Africa, they could be from Ethiopia. It don't matter where they from. They not from here. Okay? Y'all know why we don't have certain representation, because we're not being represented. We're not actually there. If they were actually us, we would be able to have us films. Why do you think they can make the Black Panther and the Woman King, but all of them are based around Africans and all the that is not our culture. That is not our fucking culture. Dr. Umar and the rest of these dumb coon clowns, okay, are not even us. They dusty Africans. They was dusty in their countries. They dusty when they come here. And y'all know they dusty and lame. That's why they have to come here and act so much like us to get any attention. And after they get their attention, they show their true colors of who they are. If they were us, they would be able to relate to our struggles. They can't even relate to our struggles enough to stop selling themselves out. They're not you. It's crazy to me that most black people don't look at it like this. Out of all the niggas we know, which one of y'all is close to any of these fake ass celebrities who claim to be us? Which one of y'all actually close to them like that? Which one of y'all actually can say, my mama went to school with her or him? None of them. They dropped these niggas off one random night and all of a sudden they became black American. And the whole world of America pushes them as that. All of these tethers are just like Cassinet. They come here. They let you know I'm from this place and this place, but they come here. This is the only place where they can come here and pretend they are lit. They have to come get culturized. That is why they're here. Okay, they won't ever tell you why they're here. They're here to get culturized from you. And then after they get culturized, they running to Babylon to sell us out. And after a lot of them get played by Babylon and they get sent right back to peasantry, okay, they come tether with you, knowing that you're sleeping with the enemy. That's why a lot of y'all don't have connection to y'all kids. A lot of y'all are sleeping with dusty Africans, them not your bloodlines. That's why y'all can have more love for white people and the shit that they give you to distract you than y'all could even have faith in your kids. Imagine to this day, black people still talking about how much faith they have in Jesus, but not your actual kids and shit that you can actually see. All of the money and time and investing you putting into your kids, but you still believing in a white motherfucker that you can't see. Do you see how slow most black people look to everybody? You don't even believe in the shit you do see. That's how stressed out you are that you want to believe in shit that don't exist. Because you know they're pushing you towards something that will never happen. That's why they keep throwing Jesus at you. They keep, why would our God give us the same God as the people who put us in bondage? How can you get out of bondage sending your children and bloodlines to the same systems that these people of spiritual bondage, okay, have kept up in our bloodlines forever? Why is it every time we go to a doctor, anything that we have to do for our existence, we have to do it through them? Do you understand that you're a slave? You can't even get sick and heal yourself, and all the resources you need to do it are in the land. They take everything from the land, resource it to themselves, repurpose it for us, okay, GMO it, and make it fake for us, and then turn around and say, we're lit. Okay, we're the tradies of the world. We're the Baphomet agenda pushers of the world. We can afford to have casual smecks whenever we want because we're the only ones that have real medicines. Y'all don't. You can't afford to get sick. You can't afford to be gay as a regular person. You can't. You can't afford the medicines it takes to overcome AIDS and HIV. This is why half of y'all don't believe that half y'all celebrities don't have it, but that's why half of them are single because everybody else know they do. Imagine when y'all be mad at me for telling the truth. Why y'all think out of all these people, all this money, okay, they pass around the same transgender looking people because that's exactly what they are. And in Babylon, you can tell they will literally help these people keep up their lives. You can know these people are transgender, and you saying it, they will have a lawsuit against you and say that's defamation. And Babylon will help them win the case because they're a member of Babylon. Okay? So it doesn't matter if you speak truth, they are here to uphold their lies. Okay? So anybody that helps them uphold their lies, those are the only people they want to mess with. So when you think about celebrities and these singers and these entertainers and these athletes, please understand the only reason they are allowed to be there is because they are literally going against you and themselves. They literally support and have to get with transgenders to be seen and popular. They don't even get a good storyline until they pair them with the right transgenders. Y'all be acting like y'all don't know this shit. Okay, men know. I feel like this is why I know that most men are gay and pretending to be straight. The same eyes that I have to tell that a lot of these women are trans are the same eyes men have because these men been busting these trans down and they can look and tell the difference. So they can look at these celebrities and tell that they're exactly what they are. Men are not stupid. They weaponize their incompetence in every regard. This is why, out of 100 years, the only thing men are still trying to do is make it legal to be gay. It's already legal to be gay. So why is there a push for gay men to become women and claim our identities? Because the goal has always been to keep us distracted as women so that they can put themselves in our places. Name one thing in the beauty industry that women actually own. Gay men own everything. Most of the designer clothes women wear, a gay man created and said, yeah. Most men who think they're wealthy and cool, they're walking around in a gay man's clothes and they wonder why half of them give off punk energy. You wearing punk energy. Branded, stamped, and signed just like the dollars in your pocket. Cursed, handed to you, and told you to spend it like your life depends on it. Don't you find it strange how people will say shit like, your clothes are from Walmart. We were meant to be naked. So why do your clothes matter so much? See, people who don't like what they are naturally are always trying to add things to their exterior to feel better. Okay, this is why fashion exists, because you're lame. Underneath all that fashion, you're lame. You're plain, you're bland, you're not wavy, your bodies aren't wavy. You're not that. So imagine when you're still trying to create shit that don't exist to give yourself culture. What is a fashion industry? The fashion industry is for gay guys. That's why women do nothing. I remember growing up, you couldn't even watch girly things without a gay guy putting his gay ass in the middle of it. So because you like to put peen in your butt, that means you're supposed to be in the middle of everything girls. Ew, look at her makeup. It doesn't fucking matter. You're a fucking guy. Go hunt or something. Well, all guys don't. You don't like it because you're emasculated. Gay guys hate to admit that a lot of women don't fuck with them because we know you're just an emasculated male. You're no different than dealing with a toxic male. You just rebranded as femininity because you feel like you can be toxic the way you naturally are, but better as a feminine way. Because you're trying to pretend that women are toxic. That's why you're toxic. No, you're toxic because you don't want to be a man. So everything we do is weird and you have to rebrand it. Look at people like T.S. Madison. T.S. Madison will become me and then turn around and call me fish. Fish? From now on, I'm just going to start calling you mud diggers. Okay? Because at this point, even fish are in water. So imagine being mad because someone would rather be in water than mud. After all, most trans don't ever cut off their boy parts, do they? So most trans only become trans because they want to emasculate other men the way they've been emasculated and emasculate themselves. And at that point, you take shots at women because, well, we're in our raw form. It's you who isn't. So of course you're going to take shots at the original because we're still who you are wanting to be and imitate. So calling yourself something different and saying, I don't want to be a woman. I want to be, it doesn't matter. The only thing that exists is a male and a female. You are not an in between. If you were, you would have been born with a uchi and a peen. So imagine still acting like this is why I think a lot of black people need to stop pretending they're slow. How can white people be intelligent if they're still trying to decide if they want to be a boy and a girl? And that's chosen for you. You see what I'm saying? The things white people are still pretending they want to be, it's chosen for you. So it's not a choice. But they're telling women we need to reform ourselves. Okay. And this is also why I don't give white women any slack because white women were on board with all of this shit until they start getting deleted in high numbers and this and that. You've always been along with being beards because marriage is about being a beard. That's all marriage is. That's why it's a contract because you know most of the men don't like you. You're there to perform duties. So imagine black women bragging about getting married. He just chose you so he can have someone to clean the house, cook, and do everything he doesn't want to do. And it's even more fun because he can raw dog you and put something in you and have proof that he did it. So imagine when marriage is only a contract because men are still trying to prove, okay, that they can do that. Okay. No, I don't make black women look ignorant at all. Okay. Why are you worried about my viewership? You don't have any viewers. Why are you so worried about what black women are talking about? As a black woman, this isn't even a conversation I invited you to. So imagine telling me that making black women look a certain way. No, you see black women through the lens of how you see black women, regardless of what I'm talking about. So what I'm talking about just intensifies your hatred for me because it shows that most of you are in love with taunting black women because your men are bitches and you're masculine. That's what happens when you have to actually see the truth that everybody else already knows. That's why most black women never preferred white men. We knew they were already turned out. So we couldn't understand why so many black men were pretending that white women could actually be feminine. If white women were feminine, their men wouldn't be such bitches. You know they masculine. Why you think all the white men are trying to bitch themselves? Because their mothers are strong. Okay, white men are all over the internet tooting their asses up, trying to get anybody and everybody, please, please fuck me, please. Look, I'm hosting tonight. Where are we? White men are all over the internet begging people to screw them. Please, I'll suck you. I'll do anything. Okay? Where do you think every other race of women get it from? They get it from white men. That's why a lot of women don't even prefer white men, actually, unless they're about money. They prefer black men because they still want a sense of masculinity. But the whole time, a lot of them know that black men be busting down men too. Black men have no shame in busting down other men. Black men will get head from a guy who looked like a guy. He will get head from his homie. They will be in the car hotboxing, talking about, man, where the hoes at? They literally be in the car trying to see who they finna bend over out of each other. Bitches are everywhere. It's more women than men. So why would a man ever have to say where the hoes at? Hoes is everywhere. Hoes are always looking for attention. That's why hoes exist, because most men are down low. Hoes are the women who know that men will fuck anything. They know this. So they want to capitalize off of it too. That's why they become hoes. Hoes don't respect marriage because they already know that most of those women are with down low men. And this is also why gayness exists, because gay men feel the same way that hoes do. That's why most gay men are the main people online acting just like hoes. Most women who learned how to be a hoe learned from a gay man, because gay men will do anything. And I think it's funny that people like the Down Low Whisperer and people like that, they be on here bragging, and women really be listening to them and they don't even understand, okay, that people like the Down Low Whisperer, in girl form, the Down Low Whisperer will be ugly. To me, if you ask me, Cynthia G looked like she could have birthed the Down Low Whisperer. That's how similar in structure they look. Now, I don't think Cynthia G is ugly. I'm just saying she has very high cheekbones. Okay, she is a darker skinned woman, probably not even as dark as him. Okay, I do feel they both have similar symmetry in their faces. Okay, except the Down Low Whisperer is a strong faced man. Okay, who pretends to be feminine. Okay, and Cynthia G is actually a slender face, beautiful, high cheekbone woman. Okay, so our biggest disconnect in the black community is that a lot of y'all straight men will not be honest that they're busting down these gay men, which is why they feel so open to disrespect women. Because if you weren't busting down these gay men, you would be putting them in line as men who are masculine. Why do you think emasculated men feel like they have so much power over straight men, to the point where they're now pushing women out of the category of women? If men were masculine, how is it that gay men are the only ones reaching power? Why is it popular to even be gay? And why is it that most of the time you see these gay guys, there's never a guy around? When you listen to a lot of gay guys talk, they never show their boyfriends. You see Destined Choice and all. If they were a woman, they would be called ugly. Look at all the gay guys on here. Matter of fact, let me show y'all what I mean. Because people hate when you tell the truth. But most of the gay guys who act like they're baddies as gay guys, if they were a woman, people would say you ugly as hell. You're fat as hell. This is why I think it's crazy that it's only cute on gay black men. That's why I tell people this is why women have a disconnect with themselves. Men who would be considered ugly in woman form come online and get the most attention they ever have in their ugly lives. Because men who are deemed as handsome usually are playing both sides. They date women and men. And it's because they know they get different resources from both of them. But like I said, if this was a woman, this would be called ugly. But look at how they come online pretending they're more knowledgeable when you're nothing more than part of Babylon. You are a emasculated black man pretending you're giving knowledge to other people. Just go be emasculated. No one cares that you take D. Your only sense of being knowledgeable is the fact that you take D and put D in your mouth. Outside of that, who are you as a person other than an emasculated black man? Nothing. That's why most gay men's identity rely on nothing other than the fact that they're gay. Everything's about me being gay. I like this because I'm gay. This gay, 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 gay. Yes, that's all. What do you mean gays and the gender role problem? Gays don't have a gender role. Gay people keep trying to force themselves into shit that has nothing to do with them. You are gay. That means you like a man that likes to be with men. The problem is you're talking about gender roles because the men you want are all with women that they won't stop fucking and giving kids to. And so these gay men are online in an uproar because they want to be seen with their daddies. They want to prove that these men are busting them down. Why do you think gay men love to record smacks? They know it's unnatural. That's why they want to record it. Proof that they doing something unnatural. Nobody more than cross dressers and white men love to record black men piping them down. They do it secretively. They'll hide a camera and do stuff with these black men because they just want to prove that these black men doing stuff with them. And guess what? Gay men are the same way. Gay men love to record themselves having smecks because they know it's unnatural. They know this. They just want to have proof that somebody's man, husband, whatever, is piping them. This same gay guy will come on his channel and say shit like, I only watch straight corn for the guys. Bitch, you watch straight corn because you're jealous of a P. You have P envy. That's why your whole life is based in trying to act like a woman. You want men to see you the same way women naturally are. And you will never be that. This is why gay men are always trying to put themselves in women fashion. They're always trying to put themselves in doing your hair, trying to control what you find attractive in fashion. Okay? Most of the clothes you wear as women are made by gay men. This is why when they do drag, they're all grandiose and they try to, yeah, like I said. And these are young black men. You've never in your life seen this many young gay black men. Black men are followers. Anything Babylon pushes, they get behind like nothing. Oh, it ain't nothing. I'll be gay. Okay, when it was cool, okay, to act like you was hard and no homo behind everything you say, that's what y'all was. When they took that away and said be gay, now what? Now all of y'all are Little Nas X. All of y'all want to be standing next to somebody that looks like they transgender and calling it a baddie. And then y'all wonder why y'all still, okay, on Grindr and Tinder and social media apps were invented for gay men to cruise. Your mothers don't get attention. That's why they use social media to get attention 24/7. Always posting because they're not getting attention. They ain't nobody busting them down. Married women are so smexless, okay, and don't get no attention. They always trying to prove somebody's doing stuff with them. Okay. Most married women are with a down low man who don't really want them. That's why they always try to prove that they getting sex and all this. Yes, pay attention. Nobody's online trying to show you that they have certain things more than either married women or women who claim they're in a relationship with a boyfriend or something like that. They always trying to prove it. Y'all wish my man would ever. And why do you think the T app even was invented? Because most women already know they dudes be down low. Why you think they up here? What y'all know about this dude? Why y'all think women act like they were so shocked about the down low Houston list? Most of y'all men would be on it if they did. If every city and state had a down low list, most of y'all men would be on it. And I always wonder, why is it that only gay men can expose other men? Why can't women expose them? Men are never embarrassed when they do you wrong and it comes to the surface. They are never embarrassed. Look at Derek Jackson and all these. Men are never embarrassed when they dog women. They only get embarrassed after a guy exposes them. It's like it makes them angry that you told women what we're doing. And then you have other guys who will do shit like, man, this is why you can't be exposing people, man. Because they be the main people, don't want to be exposed themselves. This is why when you pay attention, women who are in relationships, a lot of those women are so angry and their anger is so misdirected. It's always towards other women. And the whole time, I really believe that's because they don't want to admit that their real beef is with the other guys. Okay, it's guys you can't get your guy to stay away from. He always want to be glued to sports. He always want to be glued to hanging with his boys. He always want to be glued to standing around a whole bunch of guys acting like they're talking about women. Guys do not talk about women as much as y'all think they do. They're too busy trying to get sexual. That's why you see women online talking about their relationships. Okay, you see more wives online. Okay, and I'm gonna show y'all why. You see this gay guy right here? I'm gonna show you why you never see him with his boyfriends. Like y'all be knowing these dudes take D. All they think about is D. Okay? So I'm gonna show y'all why they so confident and bold. Because guys who look like this still feel like they look better. Give me a second. Mm-mm. Than women like this who brag about being married the whole time that gay guy is busting down their husbands. That's why they don't respect them. This is why they don't respect. And the women, they disrespect all women because it's the women who have the status of marriage and protection and everything else who have the most down low men. This is why they're fighting to be called women. Okay? Most of these gay guys already know who the guys are on Grindr and Tinder and every other app. This is why all the guy got to do is wear tight enough pants and put an arch in his back, and somebody somewhere, somebody's husband finna bust him down. Okay, he don't care if he got a boosie fade or a wig on, he finna get to it. But women like this are all over the internet trying to talk shit about other women the whole time. It don't matter what other women are doing. Your men don't want you. And that's why you're always having time to be online trying to talk to other women. The only women you need to be talking to are women who are married with children. It's the fact that you know the only free women are single women, which is why you're always taking shots at those women who politely don't give a fuck about what you're going through. Go through it. May karma find you swiftly for pretending you're better than the same women you tried to shit on. Okay? I say again. But this is why guys like this think they're attractive. But in woman form, all of them would be considered ugly. So this is why I tell y'all Babylon has made it funny because unattractive, average black people, okay, all of a sudden become a pillar of beauty. Okay, y'all would think Lil Nas X was ugly if Lil Nas X wasn't pushing the gay agenda. Most of y'all would. A lot of y'all are attracted to subpar, dark-skinned guys. And your need of being attracted to them because that's what the media pushes is why so many of them feel more attractive than they are. Most people would say he looked like a fucking Ninja Turtle. But because he's gay, he has told himself and Babylon has convinced him that he's that guy. When in general, most women wouldn't want him and most men wouldn't want to be seen with you. They would still want a prettier guy. I said what I said. Imagine being honest. Look at Dustin Choice, Choice TV. Look at Shamar, Alvo, look at Tommy the Gossip. Most gay men would be considered average across any board if they were a woman. Really beneath average. Let them tell it. And the same men who say they're not average as a gay man tell you as a black woman when you look like them. You have to understand, y'all got brothers. As women, you have brothers. Okay, so you know what your brothers look like in boy form. So they know what you look like in girl form. So a lot of them are pretending they look better than you if they had a sister. And a lot of these people have sisters. So imagine when they keep telling you they have PMV, and that's all it is. Y'all got mamas, sisters, aunts. There's no reason for you to want to be us. There's no reason for you to be talking about gender roles. Y'all grew up with us. So how the fuck do you become an adult and act like your gayness has separated you from our upbringings? You are the same gay nigga you always been. Yeah, I'm gonna hit nerves. Because these gay black men and other races of men grow up and pretend they didn't grow up in the same houses around their sisters and aunties and cousins. Y'all grew up around us. How do you grow up, become gay, and act like you are a whole different species than the women you grew up with? Make it make sense. You got women all online acting like they need Tommy the Gossip and the Down Low Whisperer to tell them something. There's not a man alive who sees the Down Low Whisperer as a fairy. This nigga like 6'5", long as hell. Motherfucker look like Juwanna Man. And y'all think a man see him as a fairy? No, the men that see him, okay, and bust him down, okay, are using him. They don't care what he look like and he don't either. He know it doesn't matter. That's why he's up here trying to convince you, okay, to waste your time and energy on finding out if your man is down low. Most of them are. He already knows that. That's why he thinks he's a down low whisperer. In order to be a down low whisperer, the men you must be with the most have to be down low. So stop acting like it's I used to. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find what I'm talking about because he took the video down after I exposed him because all these clowns be on my channel too. Okay, they be on my channel trying to act like they cool and shit. They be looking for more shit to lie on and say it's their content. Because gay men pretend they are us, which is why they're always in your spaces being quiet. They're only loud with the down low men they fuck with. Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about. Give me a second. He had a video on his channel where he was clowning a married black woman because he was sleeping with her husband. And she found out and was calling him and was like, why are you talking to my husband and all this other stuff and blah 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 blah. And I was like, that is so fucked up. And he was just taunting the woman. Imagine being married, having children, finding out that your husband is busting down this obviously big man, okay, and then he's sitting up here, okay, why is you so mad? Like, bitch, stop acting like you don't understand why women are mad. Most of these gay men still playing both sides, and you can't serve two masters. That's why black women can't get ahead, because most of them have them a down low whisperer, a couple few of them on the side, and y'all still pretending like y'all don't know this. You do. That's why you have to keep amping up your wardrobe. You have to keep trying to go get BBLs and make yourself look thicker. Stop playing like y'all don't understand this. And this is also why gay men don't respect you, because they know they're sleeping with the same men as you. Gay men don't want gay men. Gay men want your men. So it has always been stupid for them to always put themselves in the middle of women things. All they want is the men. That's why they're in the middle of everything you do. Fashion. Okay, you can't even be a majorette. He want to be the director. I'm the choreographer. I'm the sit your gay ass down. Go play football. God damn. Like, imagine always wanting to put yourself in places no one's asked you anything. And don't worry, I'm gonna show y'all, because after I exposed his little video, he took his video down. See, they be proudly disrespecting black women, and then when black women like myself come call them out for their bullshit, they take it down because they don't want other black women to see that they're fakes. These gay men are not your friends. Let's see if I can find this video. And I think it's embarrassing because they come on here. If gay men were our friends, black women in our image would already be at the top, because that's all Babylon promotes is black men being emasculated. Let me see if I can find this video. Because y'all, when I tell y'all I made the video and I laughed at the fact that when I went back to his channel, the video was not there. I thought it was hilarious. I said, oh, you took it down because you know what you were on. Spiritually, a lot of women cannot discern. They cannot tell when men are playing with them. Literally, they cannot tell when men are playing both sides. If you could, you would stop trying to look like transgenders and understand that the only reason you have to do so much is because they don't like you. Let me see. I think this is it. Let me see. I'm going to see if this is it. Hold on. Let's see. So I found the video, guys. Okay. I'm going to let you listen to the down low whisperer taunt a black woman. See, this is what I love. I love doing this. Okay. And I'm not exposing anyone because you posted this on your channel. I do not own the rights to what's being played. Okay. And also, if you're not using it, okay, it's not copyright. So, some people just don't know the laws. So I'm gonna let you guys hear the down low whisperer taunt this black woman whose man he's messing with. And she's a married black woman, by the way. So let me play this. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna let you just listen. The pastor who was a regular, but he didn't pay the transgender. Because this is my video, okay, from my other live stream. You should have paid me my money, because you see what I'm saying? Gay men are not even the allies of other men that they fucking. You piss them off, you don't give them what they want, okay? That's why a lot of them get killed. Why would I feel bad about people who, yeah, it happens all the time. Y'all remember in Africa, they be acting like they better than us? Bitch, I remember not too long ago, it was a video that keeps circulating of these two African men who were having sex, and the wife put super glue in his lube. So he was super glued to the other man's ass. They had to carry them out on a stretcher because he was super glued into the other guy's ass. She caught them fucking, and that's how she wanted to prove it. And yeah, you see what I'm saying? So a lot of women are dealing with down low men, and a lot of them know it. That's why they be a different type of man. I could go on and on. We could go online right now and talk about all the women who got HIV from their husbands. There was an older woman who just died because her husband did not tell her that he had been HIV positive for many, many years. Yes, the pastor wearing heels in Africa. Like, now I'm gonna speed this up so y'all can just hear the down low whisperer, okay? If they don't look at you sexually, that. Let's see. Let's see. And like I said, this is why you have to really be careful, because once people get a following on here, they go delete all the shit that's going to, yeah. 2:15. Hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to get all the little. Okay, so I am almost there. Okay. All right. Years ago. Just listen to the phone call. So give me a second, y'all. Here we go. Okay, give me a second, y'all. Because I just feel like people need to understand he doesn't like women. In fact, he taunts women and shames them about stuff that ain't even like. Just listen. Just listen. Saying like you're talking about. I had to tell him what to get out of Walmart. I did. He asked me when do he need to get for his spray. And what did you tell him? To get cough drops and some spray. Like, what, I mean, what's the problem here? Like, I mean, I don't. I'm trying to. What the fuck did I tell you to get for yourself? Why the fuck are you calling him for medical advice? Because what? Like, why? Anybody talking to you? Your fucking man for you? I can speak for him. I can speak for him. No, you can't speak for him. Nigga, who the fuck are you to be speaking for him? I'm speaking for him, man. Okay, who the fuck are you to be speaking for him? I'm just trying to tell you, like, look, listen. Who the fuck are you to be speaking for him? Who the fuck are you to be speaking for him? Listen, you need to calm down. Who the fuck do you think you are to be speaking for my motherfucking husband? Okay, it's all motherfucking now. You like, oh, that's my husband. You're happy about that little title, but let me tell you something. Like, at the end of the day, like I told him. Tell me something. What the fuck I don't know about my goddamn husband? When I tell y'all, he don't give a fuck about women. This is why I tell y'all he does not like women. And as soon as he heard me play this phone call, this nigga took that whole shit down because he knows he don't like women. And that's why he just said, I don't give a fuck. You really think that title means something? Gay guys are usually with your husbands. Gay guys are usually around your husbands. They love husbands and boyfriends. They don't even want gay guys. They're waiting for somebody's dude to have enough time to come bust them down in private. And like I said, I played that video 6 months ago. Look how the algorithm of Babylon is blowing up the down low whisperer because he hates his own women and the womb he comes out of. Just listen. They're not done.
The reason why I've been so chill with you is because I respect him. Because
The reason why I'm so chill with you is because I respect him.
I just wish he didn't have to go through this.
He said, I just wish you didn't have to go through this. Women wouldn't have to go through this if you would just be in your masculine. You're not gay. You just hate us. You're so with Babylon that you hate black women because Babylon allows you to hate them out loud.
Do you need help with school? I know you're in school. Of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, bitch, do not try. Like, I'm trying. No, no, you're mad. Put him on the phone. Imagine a gay dude smacking.
And this woman was married, and he was taunting her about the conversations and things that he has with her husband when she's not around, when he's busting her down. That's why he's like, I wish you didn't have to go through this. In other words, he's, yes. And y'all know his voice. Y'all know what the down low whisperers sound like. This is why a lot of them don't need to be online. As messy as they are, they forget you have been messy your whole life of gayness. So the stuff they come on here and hide off their channels is only stuff to where dumb black women will pretend they don't feel these vibes from them anyway. They don't like you. Most of the people they even respond to in their comments are white women who are with men they knew are down low too. So there's no such thing as a down low whisperer. Just gay men who hate you for being a woman, who want to gay and emasculate other men because they have been emasculated so much. All they know is emasculation. Meanwhile, they're jealous of you because you're naturally in your energy. You're not being emasculated when men mess with you. You're not, nothing goes against, the only thing that goes against you as a woman is when your man is piping gay guys and being with you. Only then will your life go backwards. And women still to this day keep pretending that as someone who is a initiated priestess, I don't understand that half of these married women are only angry and upset because energy wise your man has been emasculated, and you're having regular smecks, a lot of them still to this day, with men they know are playing for both teams. Of course, your energy is never going to evolve. Of course, you're never going to be a threat to other women. Of course, you're never going to evolve into something else grander. You can't, because your man is not serving two masters. He has pretty much taken away your ability to evolve, especially when you give these men bloodlines, which is why a lot of women are not really thinking of it in a spiritual way. The 4B movement is nothing more than your wombs letting you know that most of these men are using you for them. The fact that they're talking about how lonely they are, men have been busy talking about how much play they get all the way up until women said 4B and celibacy. Now gay men are talking about they're not having smecks either. Ain't it funny how gay men only do what you do? Now that we are doing certain things, they pretend gay men only wanted your men when you wanted them. Now that you don't want them, they're here pretending they like you. Where are the men who gonna come online and apologize for how many generations on generations of men of all races have been online spewing hatred against women in the name of these gay men they're busting down? How many of them gonna be honest about that? Red pill content wouldn't exist if men actually liked P. As much as most of their wives and things do for them, okay, even their girlfriends who never become the title of a wife do for them. There's no reason for any men to even have something called red pill content when most of them come from the only parent, which is a mother, who usually stayed. And I find it crazy how a lot of gay men will brag on their mothers but hate all of their women because they can't admit they hate their mothers too. But it's wrong to be honest about not liking your mothers. because they're masculine and you think you can be more feminine than them. So to this day, a lot of these men are still pushing that. And I'll say again, this is why I tell black women it's always been an agenda against your image. It's always been an agenda against your black woman image. And the more that gay men and so called straight men, down low men, have been working against our image, only now do they realize the damage that they've done to themselves by presenting themselves in emasculated form in every way. Now people only see you as P. Diddy's. White men don't really put you in position because most of them know that for a little bit of nothing they can bend you over or get you to put their penises in your mouth. They know this already. If you cared about your freedom, it ain't a sport alive that would keep you always hyping it, knowing that they only have these things because they're using you physically to produce it. So imagine a whole bunch of black men who are still happy to see other black men giving their physicals to white men to exploit for money, for their gain. And then you wonder why spiritually that's the only thing your communities can produce. You exploiting us for the gain of white America. Everything you participate in, masonry. Okay, look at the church. Look at black men in the church. Most black men in the church are flaming gay and pimping you for your money. They pimps in the pulpit. And they can't admit that they like peen too. Okay? They do. That's why they can only lie to you. They don't even want to lie to the men. They just want to lie to you. And you let them. I don't care what nobody say. I feel like married women and a lot of women today absolutely love to be lied to. And this is why I feel like a lot of women who get it at a young age, you're despised by your families. A lot of young men who get it, who are still in their masculine, they have to leave their families to find themselves. They have to go either back to the hood, different hoods, different parts of the world to connect with other people who get it. Imagine coming from a long line of people who support Babylon. Imagine coming from a long line of men who only leave their wives because white men all over the internet keep giving them a couple $100 to pipe them down every other day, probably multiple times a day. I think it's disgusting that women don't understand. Most women who feel the energy is off with men, they're celibate right now and single. The only women who are still talking about level up content, hypergamy, fake femininity, all this other crap are women who are trying to still get the title of having a man. They want to prove that a man somewhere wants them. And all of them are going to end up with gay white men, which is what they're pushing for right now. All the women that can't get a black man, because most black men already know what you're doing, okay, against yourself. All of y'all are fake leveling up for white men who are finna give y'all diseases. They can afford to not look like they got it. Half of y'all finna be in a clinic, okay, wondering why you just dropped 50 pounds and you ain't even worked out once. And you got all the purses you want in your closet. You gonna have all of the extras that other girls don't have. And in less than 2 to 3 years, you gonna hate every other woman that ain't going through what you going through because you fell for the hype of Babylon. See, a lot of white people don't really fuck with black people unless you've been separated from all the rest of the other black people. Because that gives them free range of feeling like they can pull out whatever card they want. They can taunt you. You're going to deal with it. Okay? They can disappear you. Who's going to look for you? Okay? The same black people never think about the fact the black community pushed you away. And when white people see that, they hurry up and swoop in to finish you. So imagine when most black people don't even realize why most black people end up running to sleeping with the enemy. I said what I said because if they're not the enemy, everything you do, they're going to support. Everything that you talk about in your race and for your race, they're going to support. Okay? And so on and so forth. They're not going to put themselves in it. Okay? I pay attention to the fact that a lot of gay guys are the main people who have white friends. Most black girls from the hood, most black guys from the hood, most of them don't have white friends. Not one. And I think it's crazier the fact that a lot of black people who are raised in the suburbs don't have white friends off principle from even just being around. So it's crazier when you see black people who know they come from the hood get with white folks and act like y'all have better connections with them than people who grew up around them. How does that happen? How do you have better connections if it's not just sexual? I feel the same way about hood black guys who act like they love sports. Why do you love sports so much? Oh, yeah, it's okay. Like I said, I'm not here to hurt people's feelings for real. I'm just here to tell the truth. We're living in a time where Babylon is closing out their agendas, and their agenda the whole time has been to separate the black man and the black woman and their seed. So, in other words, they needed all the generations separated so that we could all fight different battles. So, we're all fighting different battles spiritually, generationally. Okay, a lot of people think, oh, we're all fighting colorism. No, we're not. Some of us are fighting homosexuality. Some of us are fighting finances. Some of us are fighting fear. Okay, like imagine we are fighting different spirits per generation. And people are still sitting here talking about, hey, we all the same. If black people, shut up. This is why you're confused and can't win your battle. You ain't got the same one as your brethren. That's why you need to shut up and listen when your brethren's talking, but you can't because Babylon's always pushing something. You can't even watch a movie without them giving you side thoughts and calling it a commercial. Okay, you watching a movie, okay, next thing you know, they got to show you 10 commercials. They don't even want you to keep your train of thought about nothing. This is why I'm amazed that men can even say they're gay. How are you able to keep your train of thought in Babylon at one thing if it's not hatred and envy? How are you able to be gay if it's not a spirit that you consistently thrive on? And I will say again, it sounds bad to people who hate the truth because we live in a time where they're demonizing truth and glorifying lies. As a woman, they're taking away your ability to talk, think, do. It made me so sad to hear about the black woman in Georgia that they had locked up. They had her hooked up to a life machine, and they kept her alive even after she was brain dead because they wanted what came out of her womb and the womb itself. And that's sad because I tell a lot of black women don't understand you are a number waiting to be called by Babylon because they want what's in you or they want to produce something in you. Okay? So a lot of times, even the black women, they don't want to select by hand. They still are pushing you the content to make you breed yourselves out. That's why they keep pushing you people like Chrissy, like Shira Seven, like Just a Girl Talk. They're pushing you all of the whitewashed, unhappy, miserable, fake white mean girl black women who nobody likes and nobody wants to be like and nobody really knows in real life. They keep pushing you puppets, and most of them are tethers. That's why a lot of them don't show their faces. I will say again, a lot of black women act like gay black men. A lot of women who think they are the it girl, okay, they act like gay men. That's why they don't like women who are better characters than them, personality wise, spirit wise, essence wise. They think everything is about appearances and looks. Whole time they be the baddest of the baddiest, as they call them, getting done all type of drug through bullshit by a bum. by a guy they can't even tell likes boys. Look at all the black women still trying to imitate false perceptions of love. And because they're doing that, a lot of them end up creating boys like this who are not in their energy right. And those boys are not in their energy because they've been emasculated for a long time to the point where what used to probably have been abuse as a child for them became something they love as an adult. So imagine when your trauma becomes what you love. And then you'll understand why I say being gay is a spirit, and it is a damn choice. And every time you wake up and go hard for that spirit instead of what's natural, it lets women like myself know how many men are spiritually involved in the wickedness against black women. Because there's no way for you to wake up and not have to connect with that spirit for you to have hatred for me. So you're waking up and conjuring that spirit in yourself. Whether it's through pornography, whether it's through going to a chat where there's nothing but guys who hate women there, like whatever it is, you're still waking up and channeling that spirit. It's not naturally in you. And I will say again, there's not a male species in nature that won't let itself go extinct before it goes gay. So you have to ask yourself why the human species keeps pretending that gay is a superpower when it's nothing more than showing you don't respect nature. And all of the fake thoughts in Babylon that you can spew will never take away the fact of what I just said. It is not natural, and you don't naturally feel it. It is a spirit, and a spirit of envy and hatred. That's why gay people spend all their time worried about what women are talking about. Talk about the fact that you hate yourself, and because of that, you hate me. Men are always telling you that they hate themselves. That's why they want to be you. Because you have a reason to love yourselves, and they don't. All of the conniving and lying they do just so they can use our wombs to keep us busy. And a lot of women are still talking about leveling up. What are you leveling up to? The most baddest bitches of the baddest bitches of every generation have been here for centuries. What the fuck would make you any different? If they had HIV epidemics in the 70s, when women were way more natural than today, what makes you feel like putting on your good bust downs and beating your face is going to stop you from getting HIV and AIDS? What about the 50s and the 60s when women weren't even fat? Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the fact that during the 50s, 60s, 70s, and damn near the 80s, most women didn't even know what fat was on a woman. And all of them were still catching diseases and passing away from down low men before they had a name to call these diseases. So can we talk about it or not? Men have always lied to women about what they like about us. They don't like anything about us. The things they like, they want to possess for themselves. So they created gay. Gay men are willing to take the rap for all of the straight men who don't want to be openly gay. So gay men are what they look at as bold and what they respect, because gay men are the only ones who can come out and be like, we hate women. We just want to be y'all. And we ain't scared to let you know. We think we can do y'all better than y'all. Yeah, pay attention. And a lot of the dudes in Atlanta who are the gayest ones, it's a dude on here who calls himself like Overdose of Laws or Laz or something like that, Laz. It's some lame ass nigga from New York who moved to Atlanta and been in Atlanta like 5 to 8 years or some shit like that. And if you look at him when he first got to Atlanta and look at him now, you can tell he has some type of disease. You can just look at him and tell you're not just this dusty and bummy and dirty, dingy looking for no reason. And all of these niggas' thumbnails be looking like transgenders with BBLs. Okay, like the amount of lame, weird niggas who come to a lot of southern capitals and popular places so they can just sleep with all the gay people there, and then the whole world think all the niggas there is gay because they there and they not even from there. Okay, they be coming there acting like they drug dealers, coming there acting like, oh, I'm swag, I dress better than you niggas. They be out there looking for masculine niggas to pump them. That's why a lot of them come to places like Atlanta and Memphis. They be looking for niggas going through hard times to turn them out. Hard times will make you do some things. If it make women do some things, imagine all the men who won't be honest about the fact that they only calling themselves gay because it's easier for them to get paid like that. They ain't gonna tell you the truth. That's why I am. You said that delivery room is so tricky. Had my daughter once my baby came, them nurses only care about that placenta. Do you hear me? That's all they care about. You ain't even lying, and I know you're not lying because a lot of times that's how it is. If you ever have friends that have babies and stuff like that, that's exactly how it is. And that's why a lot of times if you have friends who are going through pregnancies and stuff still, make sure y'all support them and y'all are there with them. Make sure you get people who are more aligned with you spiritually. Get you a doula. Get you whatever you need to make sure you're having your births as naturally and successfully as possible. Because a lot of the stuff that they take from you is really shit that you need. Okay, you just have to be very careful. Okay, this is one reason why I am going to finish my doctorate, because I know it is a lot of people like myself who need to see people like myself when it comes to our care. Okay, so everything ain't for participating in Babylon. Some of us is doing this for the culture, literally. Okay, and I think it's sad that you have to come on here and talk about the black people who are keeping all of us from progressing. Okay, these gay men and gay women, because a lot of women think it's not them. If you are collectively doing what you need to on your purpose, you being gay is not going to affect the black community. But this is why certain gay people, they're not gay, because they become problematic. Okay, they only participate in Babylon's agendas. They only get popular for doing and pushing what Babylon pushes. Okay, they can't join spiritual conversations because they're already going against their spiritual, pretending they're gay in Babylon. Out of all the stuff you've gone through, the only thing that would seem right for a black man to keep is his masculinity. Why give that to somebody and that's all they want anyway? The same thing for black women. This is why I think it's sad that we've come to this point where we have to talk about people like I am a solar being. Okay, I am a solar being, and let me take him off because he doesn't deserve to be on here with a biological, okay, awesome young empress. Okay, but let's talk about it. Okay, this is why I tell y'all you need to make sure that you love you. While black women were busy buying the best bust downs, okay, trying to make their hair textures, okay, blend into textures that ain't theirs, okay, white people were patenting your features. Imagine when they're telling you you can't shape your own hair in a certain way. How can you tell me that the hair that grows out of my scalp, the fuck I can do with it? It's sad that black women all over the world can't just pick a day to wear all their hair out in honor of celebrating and honoring a young black woman who is being chastised for simply maneuvering her hair in a very angelic and powerful way. Because what she actually manipulated was a style that's actually used in high witchcraft. Talk about it. You can't get a whole bunch of black women to do that. You'll fuck around and have them Nephilim back, baby. You done scared these white folks. Girl, they looked up and see your video and about shit, okay? You can't scare them white folks like that. Okay, they was like, how does she know about this? This is in our ancient book of, we don't give a damn. Okay, what is in your ancient books of thievery. Okay? And at the end of the day, when you are at home and alone, okay, unplug all them unnatural frequencies and do you some bending of your frequencies and you tell me the difference. Y'all gonna understand why I come on here, because I didn't come on here to play. Okay, and they might disappear me altogether, and that's okay. Okay, they might just send me back in a different way and I'm just gonna go harder. Okay, but I'm gonna come here and talk my shit because I can. It's a difference. I'm not here to be a puppet of Babylon. I'm here to let them know, bitch, we ain't going for that. Okay, we still out here. Okay, it's just not enough of us out here who get that and who are not crying and whining to the tethers who need you to cry and whine to them for them to know how to tether in the first place. They don't know what you don't tell them. So if black people would understand, the only reason so many tethers know what you're doing is because you keep telling them. You're pillow talking with your tellers. You're pillow talking with your tethers. And I ain't gonna say this, okay, enough. Stop going on these African people channels and trying to teach them our traumas, because they're making videos based off of your comments and saying shit like, guys, this is why white people hate us, because we go so. They are using your traumas to gain empathy and fake views, when the views you need to be channeling are from other black people who actually feel what you're talking about. They don't feel what you're talking about, so Babylon is channeling them all through your algorithm so they can cause themselves to tether to us. We can't touch each other and get to each other when the tethers keep forming the disconnect and y'all keep giving it to them. Cut they ass off when they pop up and their names don't look American. Don't click on it. Get them right off your algorithm. It's that simple. You don't need to tell them what's going on in America. That's how they know what the fuck is going on. They already looking for us anyway. So imagine when we out here trying to let them know every fucking thing. Okay? Most of these people can't even grow their hair in an afro enough to bend anything. Most of their afros are this big. They boys and they girls got the same hair length. That's why still to this day in America, the face of black Americans are bald-headed Africans. Yeah, the men and the women. That's who they usually put in all over TV. A bald-headed African woman who looked like Cynthia Ervio or whatever. They not gonna like me. Just let you know, they're not gonna like me at all. But I'm not here to be liked. Okay, I will say again, most of the dark-skinned black women here that I meet, that I actually click with for real, they're usually black women from the hood. And they're actually very pleasant black women, but because they are actually aligned with their spirituality for real, most of them end up being single because they know most of the men they're going to have to be with or tether to or with, okay, are not spiritually aligned. They be knowing this. This is why a lot of them end up being alone or they end up having children. But I will say this, you do not have to have children to make you happy. You shouldn't even induce that, because as a solar being, okay, electromagnetic beings that we are, okay, a lot of times the only thing kids do is keep your energy trapped to this world. And you can't pass away or evolve as energy until those children pass away. And if those children pass away before you due to lack of understanding and alignment, guess what? All of your purpose has been in vain, and you will not be recognized even if you do go back in the earth, because you're not going back into the earth as your raw energy. You're going back into the earth with impure thoughts. See, a lot of people don't understand it's your impure thoughts, okay, that have caused you to be tainted. See, we were meant to be in the water, okay? We were meant to be in the water, okay? When you understand that, you were never meant to bleed red. Your blood was always made to be just like the water. When you put the tainting of the air, okay, all through our bodies using words, you create traumas and different things that are not there. You create emotions that electromagnetic wise you wouldn't be able to feel if someone didn't give you fake frequencies to feel them. Okay, so most of your life on this land is deflection and gaslighting from the fact that you know spiritually this isn't right. Okay? You know this. A lot of you who have these thoughts all the time, you know the world is effed up. And I'll say again, we were never made to use the air. You were supposed to see, that's why a lot of white people are mad when you speak truth and you come on here and speak truth. The air is supposed to be used so minimally, okay? So minimally that all of the animals of larger essence in the water only come up every so often to get it. And you only need air to go deeper. That's it. You come up to get air when you need to go to the deepest levels. So imagine when they keep giving you more air than water. And imagine when all the air that you're speaking, you were never made to speak. You were never made to do that. And definitely not with the fucking air. That's why they came up with the last airbenders, because that's what they're doing. They're bending air in frequencies that don't exist, creating thoughts and impure things in you that don't exist. That's why thy knowledge pervert thee. It doesn't exist. If you understood that talking is not even a sense, it's not even a sense. You weren't even made to use your mouth to talk. You were made to use telepathy, which is why they be like, you better not talk to them dolphins, though. You better not talk to. It's a whole lot of things in the water they can't connect to because they won't know unless your black ass get close to it that it can connect to you too. That's why to this day they keep telling you you scared of water. You ain't scared of fucking water. They're scared of you liking water. But it's funny that most black people don't understand why they have a natural connection to always washing their asses so much. Even if your parents don't teach you, a lot of times as you get older, certain things just become habit and it makes you feel better naturally. A lot of times when you're feeling bad, nothing makes you feel better than taking a shower, rubbing some moisture on your body, and just chilling the fuck out. Nothing. Y'all know what I'm talking about, don't you? But I need you to understand something too. This is why I tell black women all the time. If you would understand that we are complex as they think we are, you'd understand why they have to sue you for bending your frequencies in ways they know you can connect to things they can't. I need y'all to understand how serious this is. They do not want you to connect the only way you've been given to connect. That's also why I've been telling y'all they have been keeping y'all with these wigs on so you can't connect and see what's happening in the world around you. That's why black women and black men are like, okay, are up here with the wig worrying it out, acting like they're shocked about America. You wouldn't be shocked if your hair was out to see this coming before it happened, like usual. Because usually we have time to prepare because we're not sitting up being dummies and participating in our own demises. So imagine when they have made you so fake comfortable. Black people have gotten comfortable, even like you're not even transforming your lives, you're transforming yourself. Most people, their dream is to change themselves. They don't give a fuck if they live in a Section 8 apartment and doing this and doing that. They don't care. Okay, what I look like though. Okay, this is why appearances have become what people try to keep the most of. Because as long as you look a certain way, anybody will believe you are certain things online. That's why when you don't go by appearances, you go by energy. People hate when you read them like a book. How dare you read me this well? How dare you be so openly dumb? Okay. And it's sad because, like I said, until you run across real spiritualists, only then do people understand. I don't care how many lies you hide behind, the truth is always going to hit you different. Okay. They say hit dogs holler. A lot of people come in my comments and holler. And that's all. Because the black people who get it, they already know what type of time I'm on because that's the only type of time we have to be on anyway. If you're going to actually make it to the next generation as a black person. Okay. I need you to understand why, when you understand real spirituality, most of these people who say they're witches, they have nothing to offer you but what white people give you. They do the same thing, tarot cards. And if you pay attention to tarot cards are nothing more than letting you know that white people see you as a slave still. They still got the kings, the queens, the jokers, the whatevers. They still letting you know that they see you in their kingdom. And it's not theirs. And I'm going to say again, something that pisses white people off to this day is the fact that they can't do voodoo and hoodoo. This is why they have Marvel characters and they praise them. But as soon as they see you do this shit in real life, they have to create a sport and tell you it's not a skill or a superpower. Oh, it's just a sport. Of course you can run fast. You're black. That ain't why they can run fast. Still disconnecting you from who you are. Fat black people can run faster than white people. Damn near the disabled black people can too. Imagine when they keep telling you that all your gifts are worth exploiting for them. But if you understood your gifts, you would be evolving them so that you can take them over because they're weaker than you. And there are more of us than there are them. When you realize that, that brings me to this. I want you guys, if have you guys ever watched movies growing up, like those animation movies? I grew up with VCR shit. So there used to be a movie called A Bug's Life. And I feel like most of the movies that they showed growing up was about a war of people who wanted what other people have, but they didn't have it naturally. But the person that did, everybody thought was a loser, right? If you look at the movie A Bug's Life, there was another movie they came out with that showed A Bug's Life without all the theatrics and funny, frilly stuff. And if you look at the movie called Ants, which is also another animation movie, there's a part in the movie where he's really upset. Yes, an ant's life. He was really upset because one ant had stood up to him. So they left and they went to like a little bar, right? Very white like, because I don't really know that many black people that even go to bars. But yeah, they left from deboing the ants and letting them know. Okay, then they came back and he was just bothered. He was like, "Hey, boss, what's wrong?" He was like, "I'm still thinking about that one ant that stood up to me." He gave the speech about it's not even about the food. We use the food to control them. Okay, if we can control the food, we can control them. But it's something deeper that we want to control because if they realized that there are more of them than there are of us, it is over with. So gave an example. He took like these little rocks or whatever they were using and was like, boom. You see that? That's one ant, right? And then he's like, yeah, that doesn't hurt at all, right? And he's like, yeah, that's nothing. So he threw it at him and it just bounced off of him. He's like, that's one ant. But what about this many ants? And then he just released all of them and it just blew them away pretty much. Okay? That is literally almost every movie that they create. That is the same scenario. There's not one movie where they're not showing you that same scenario. Somebody who wants to be more powerful than they are, but they have to have a disguise because they're not as powerful as they are. They pretend to be. If you look at all the Marvel characters, none of them are naturally gifted. All of them have things that make them be gifted, whether it's Batman using the suit and technology he's using, the Spider-Man, he had to get bit by a spider to become a spider. You have to understand the Hulk. He had to be a lab experiment to become. Understand that they're still always showing you that they don't have the same things. They can't produce it. So they still fake it to this day. And then they hype that fake power with everything in them. Well, I love Batman. But you help them keep power by making it realistic. That's why black people who act like they love animation and weird shit, I always be like, bruh, just go be with white folks. Because none of this shit is so interesting of a storyline that you can't understand they hate you. Look at all the black people. I love anime. How many anime do you see that have black people in it? Imagine people who act like they love shit so much that has nothing to do with them, doesn't want to put them in it. Okay? Thank you. Most superheroes are based on black American strengths, your superpowers. That's why they always, I'm just strong, I'm fast. In real life, no one has ever said this to them. I've never ran against a white person and been like, "Ooh, they so fast, they almost beat me." Never. Even as a big person, I never really got beat by skinny white girls running or anything. Imagine when they always trying to call you a strong black woman, when all they really should be telling you is that your power is great. You have power and they don't. Which is why they try to pretend they peas have power and it doesn't. That's why they have to pretend it. Like I said, just pay attention. Why do you think so many white girls and other races they get off on pretending? That's the only way they can help their dudes get off is pretending to be sexy. You like that, Big Daddy? It's a pretend thing because they don't have it naturally. Meanwhile, as a shy black girl, all you have to do is sit there and look and you're so beautiful. You so they have to do the most. They got to do the most to get attention. You be sitting up here like, really? Okay, like even just rolling your eyes sometimes is sexier than pretending you have to do all that. You don't. I've been telling women for years. The main reason I'm not inclusive is because when you reach a certain level of femininity, raw femininity, no race of woman likes you. They won't even pretend to. They won't even pretend they like you. And no matter what field of work you're in, when you're feminine for real, please understand you will be there less than 6 months. If you stay there longer, I commend you because the ass kissing and the minimizing that you're doing to be there has to be astounding. I said what I said. Oh, baby, you can unlike my stuff. Okay, imagine only coming here because you want somebody to fake lie to you. But I am a nice person. If you're so nice, take away the construct of race so we can all compete properly. You'll never do that because you rely on your fake whiteness getting you everywhere. And all the people who run to America, I'm Mexican. Yeah, we don't give a fuck what you are. The best thing about you being here is that you can claim white. That's why you came here. If you wanted to be Mexican, your bitch ass will be in Mexico. If you wanted to be Chinese, you'll be in China. Okay, we don't care. The real whatever you are absolutely still in y'all countries. The only reason you're here is because you love white people more than yourself. We're not here for the same reasons. We are the system. You came here to participate in it against us. Imagine when white people be coming on your channel mad because they want you to kiss their asses, include them in shit that ain't got nothing to do with them. Ain't got nothing to do with. Oh my gosh, she said that. Meanwhile, your whole existence is a fucking lie. From Christopher Columbus, pretending you understand energy, the planets, yeah, everything about you is a fucking lie. And when people tell you the truth, I gotta unlike this. I don't give a fuck if you unlike it. Bitch, the truth is the truth. That's why you unlike it. Because the truth ain't in you. You can only like a lie. That's why the people who have the most likes, please know they're lying. That's why they got them. Be on there lying to themselves about everything. Why? Lord knows. Because I say again, most of these people just hate when you're aware. Imagine being aware of the fact that we already know that all the nations are anti-black. So what gets me is when black people watch these people come here and still want to breed with these anti-black ass people. Like all of their countries are hardcore anti-black. And then they come here and get you pregnant. Tell me that's not the harshest reality of fuck around and find out white folks don't want you. They just want us. So a lot of them are here competing for one or the other. Either they want to shit on you and get with a white person, or they want to pretty much get with a white person to shit on you. And if that doesn't work, please believe they're waiting on you to save them. Imagine hating you, but if white people don't save me, I'm waiting on you to do it. That's crazy. And like I said, y'all think everything is about looks. Most of these people be out here getting off on using people to elevate themselves. A lot of the women who come here, they don't care about being a beard. They don't care about down low men, none of that. They will get with any man and play like the best wife ever just to have their first house and be able to do videos sitting in a house. Hi guys, you see my house? Watch me do makeup all day. They don't care how long their boyfriends and husbands are on Grinder. They don't. My husband's out of town. Go look at half the women who act like they're kept women. Their husbands never want to be around because they're around for appearances. Okay, a lot of these men just want to say they have children to pass stuff down to. And if you pay attention, a lot of men only want kids because they want to give the kids their stuff, not the wives. Okay, in other words, I will only, okay, my only investment is these kids, not even you. Okay, this is why divorce is impossible for some women. Look at all the women who are single, but a lot of them are still married on paper. They won't even get a divorce because a lot of the men they're with won't allow them to. Just kind of like ownership. Okay, it's a contract. So imagine when you still have weirdo black people trying to pretend because you're not married that you're missing out on something. It's just a social construct of Babylon. What are we missing? Y'all been married for generations, and all of y'all are HIV positive, herpes, arguing, still pleading to Jesus to help y'all fix it. Because it ain't fixed yet. I just wonder if Jesus was ever real, if God was ever so real, how the fuck did we get to this point in America to where the sons you've loved so much have become your daughters, and your daughters have pretty much become the men of every community? Is this God's work? Which God are we talking about? The God of Babylon? It's scary that a lot of women don't understand. When you do real meditations, your hair, your palms, the soles of your feet all have a very grandiose effect in how well you're able to receive and release energy. In fact, if you are a woman and you have never tried this before, I don't care what your doctor tells you. As someone who is in the process of finishing my doctorate, when you are on your cycle, spend one of those days fasting to cleanse your blood if you are not someone who understands meditation. If you don't understand meditation, you don't need to be meditating because you don't even know what place of origin within you are meditating towards. Okay? So understand meditation is made to go within yourself. And a lot of the things within us, okay, you don't need to be going to look at face on. Okay, you don't need to be looking at them face on. You need to cleanse yourself first. A lot of women think they can get into practicing things and they say shit like, I dabbled in witchcraft and it went wrong. You didn't dabble in shit. You dabbled into your demons and them motherfuckers surprised you. You didn't know that was in you. Okay, most of the things people run into in witchcraft are of thine self. Okay, nothing scares you more than shit you don't understand. But it's the shit you don't understand about yourself. It ain't everybody else's demons. Them your demons. Them that's your legion. Okay, that's the reason why people don't connect to you. Okay, it has nothing to do with other people. So be careful listening to women who tell you shit like, I did this and now I'm Christian. Just because you want to go to a different cult that lets you lie to yourself doesn't take away your experience. Their experiences come from not being able to look their karma in the face. And a lot of their karmas are ugly. A lot of their karmas are ugly. Okay. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate you. I want to mention that when you are actually practicing your craft as a black person, okay, and I want you to understand as black women why your hair is so powerful. The reason why most white women's hair goes to the ground is because they're not made to channel energy from a higher place. Okay? Your energy is going to be manipulated, okay, if you do not have your antennas up. This is how they came up with the TV in the first place and the antennas. Okay, I know people will never admit certain things. I know some people are just hating the truth because it's not in them. But I will say again, most people don't understand that when you channel and your antennas are up, you are going to get a whole different type of energy than you would when your antennas are down or covered. Okay, period. If you pay attention to most black women that they get deleted with their good bust downs on. Yes, they do. Okay, because it's that energy that you're blocking that keeps people, okay, from seeing the stuff in you. A lot of women who have survived near death experiences, I promise you, most of them had their hair out. It ain't even, it's on principle. It's on principle. That's the only thing that could allow certain men, okay, or certain women to see or feel certain things in you. And if that energy is off, they're going to take you off the map. Okay, so let you be going through a near death experience and you got your hair permed. Okay, the earth can't save you because the earth can't even connect to your antennas to save you and tell you what to do next. Okay, this is survival of the fittest. Okay, not the most brainwashed. Okay, after a while, when you understand what I'm talking about, you're going to come here and get comfortable. But I'm not your savior. I'm here to help you free yourself. That way, as you rise in divinity, masculinity or feminine, okay, you can continue to free more, okay, from Babylon. Okay, imagine when people want to pretend they deserve to be followed. Okay, real, okay, ancestors don't want to be followed. Just hear us. Okay, you hearing us is your own, okay, detriment or not. And that's all. Okay, a lot of us have already had our paths paved out. So if we stop following them, you're going to know. Because everything in our life is going to go, well, the wrong way. And I'll say again, for people who don't understand this, as black women, do yourself the honors of fasting during your cycle. While you're at it, okay, go ahead, okay, join my members only, and I'm going to show you which ways to mold your hair so that you can channel the correct energy and block out the others. See, one thing about when you have your antennas up correctly, nothing can interfere with them. Okay? Nothing. Nothing or no one. Okay? Also, your cycle. Okay? I need you to understand the cycle of time is not a week. In melanated time, okay, our cycles are per month. Okay? In melanated time, we are per month. And this is also why our blood, okay, ages differently. Okay? I know people don't understand this. Our blood has had water and air in it for the least amount of time. Okay? When we started breeding with tribes that were not of ourselves, they changed our DNA. Okay, for those people who don't get this, a lot of people are only single in the Black American community because you know you cannot connect, okay, with other black people anymore. But rightfully so. Most of them are tethers who were placed in the black community. A lot of them are your fake Haitian Americans and I'm the mademoiselle. These are fake ass wannabe cool black people who are lame. They're lame, whatever they are as of their race, and they come here, take your identity, and be even lamer with it. Why do you think they'll talk about I'm Haitian American, but they pretend Haitian voodoo is stronger than American voodoo when American voodoo was here before Haitians? Just like Louisiana Creole was here before Haitian Creole. Every time they come here, they take parts of us with them and act like it's them. The same thing with people who say they're from Africa and they pretend they're the Egyptians. If that's the case, why is that the only place in Africa out of 54 countries, white people only want to put themselves in one country there? And this is the main country where ain't no niggas at. Where are those niggas? I'll tell you where they are. They were never in Africa. They pushed all the other Africans out of that area and pretended that's where we come from so that they can pretend they have our birthrights to Turtle Island. So if they keep getting you to connect that you came here from here first, they're getting you to compete off the notion of we both were searching for land and we both found this one. We ain't both found shit. These are the same people that had slaves looking for all the things they couldn't find. I can't find my pocketbook. I can't find my keys. I can't find. Why the fuck would you find something on your own when you can't find the simplest things of your own? Not a culture. You couldn't create genres of music. You couldn't create food. To this day, the only reason you have restaurants is because all the food that you sell in them, okay, the slaves created and didn't get credit for. Why do we have KFC? Why do we have Wingstop? Why do we have Taco Bell? Hispanics still trying to convince you that they have, oh, we're different. It's the black Hispanics that can cook, not y'all. That's why y'all restaurants are empty as fuck until you Americanize them. Nobody wants your nasty, bland shit. Nobody wants your onions and cilantro, bitch. All the people that come here are the lame people of their race. That's why when a lot of Hispanics meet me, oh, they be like, the guys be like, oh, damn. What's up? Okay, because they be like, damn, I already know what time it is. I didn't know you was out here. The women be like, this nigga, you a nigga too. At least you pretend you want to be. Hey, everybody's a nigga when they come to Turtle Island. What's up, my niggas? That's the only word you can say on here legally that won't get you copyrighted or community guideline, because the only people you're allowed to legally be racist to is us. Everybody else is just pretending. Oh, I'm just going through hard times. I need help. I'm such a victim. No, you're lazy. You're lazy and you're lame. So you came here to get cultured. And in the process of being cultured, you're still here trying to tether. And I'll say again, if you ever want to understand some energy that's not of your own as a black woman, okay, because I'm not talking to black men. Black men have the tendency to participate in gay witchcraft so much, you can't really talk to them a lot. And if you are a man of masculine divinity, you will hit me up in private and get your, okay, growing and inclining. Because I'm not against teaching men, okay, because men actually have a craft too. That's why they were called witches and warlocks, but those are not the terms that were made for us. And I'm also not going to mention certain terms on here because they're not for Babylon to mess with. When you understand that all of us are not content creators, so we're not just here to say shit that sound good to give you false hope. Half of the people who want false hope only want that false hope because you want to replace the truth tellers and the chosen ones that you want to stand in the place of. So hearing truth for a lot of people who can't really relay it or articulate it comes at the price of replacing their truth tellers and chosen ones. And in doing so, they give us all over to Babylon. Babylon knows they're not truth tellers. Babylon know they're not chosen. That's why the only thing Babylon chooses them for is gifts that don't exist. Being funny is not a gift, bitch. You're entertaining someone. You're still not realizing you're a joker. You're a minstrel. Imagine when black people are still happy to admit that white people still got us acting like minstrels. Okay, imagine having a talent or singing or something, and you have all these black people still waiting on Babylon to tell you you can do it well. I'm gonna get signed one day. Why are you waiting for Babylon to sign you? Sign what? Your soul contract that y'all always talking about. I'm free. I would never sell out. You was already sold as soon as you got here. When your parents conjured you here, you became property of Babylon. Because if your parents ever understood where they are, they would have been stopped conjuring so that we could end this war. Who the fuck wants to have kids in purgatory? You're here to do something other than yourselves. The only time we were meant to procreate is when the earth selected us to. The earth is not selecting anybody to procreate. That's why all the things people are creating are not lasting. When the earth creates it, it lasts. When it's not of the earth, it destroys itself within 2 generations. Look, I'm not arguing with people and entities that don't exist. Okay? Voodoo is not something that should come out of your white, thin lips. So shut your lipless ass up. Your voodoo is superheroes and Marvel characters. It has nothing to do with us. We can do these things in real life. We don't have to pretend it. We don't need stuntmen and shit. We can literally just throw your dumb ass across the room. It's nothing. Okay? I'll say again. A lot of people are still here pretending they don't understand what I'm talking about. And I think it's sad. The amount of black women who have come to me to cleanse themselves in Babylon, all of those women are thriving. Like I said, I'm not your savior. You free yourself. A lot of y'all are your own superpowers. Imagine when nobody teaches you to rest in your own superpowers, your own gifts. A lot of black people don't even know what their gift is because Babylon won't allow you to get in your energy enough to get it. Okay? So imagine when you have to properly clean. And I'm going to tell you something else. All y'all dumb black people who keep talking about stupid shit, let me tell you how fucked up you are pushing us back. When y'all do stuff like silver and gold, I'd rather have Jesus than silver and gold. It ain't nothing on this earth that's gonna help you with your frequencies and channeling more than silver and gold. When it comes to metals, those are the only ones that are recognized by the earth. The rest of them are man-made. See, one thing is about the things that they call crystals. You have to understand the process. Things that crystallize were once water. They're gems of the water. And most of you guys have never touched real gems. You actually have to go to certain places to get the real ones. I know, because I damn near risked my whole life trying to get gems and delicacies of the earth, okay, in their raw form, because most of the things that these fake ass witches have in their backgrounds are nothing more than glitter and Michael's crafts that have been covered in epoxy and fake sterling silver. What's up, Shadow? I said what I said. See, if you understood why anchors are made the way they're made in the water, you'd understand why certain people are allowed to be on the water. That anchor that they're using is the only thing that allows them to. I'm going to say something else. Okay? If you don't understand that your precious metals, okay, are not so precious anymore, not because they have lost value, but because they're not in the right place. The metals are inside of you. They're not meant to be outside of you. They're made to be outside of you. This is why you have to do metal detoxes. Okay? They have put metal into forms it's never been repurposed in. It wasn't made to be invented. This is why they can dump chemtrails on you. Those chemtrails are actually consistence of microscopic metals that you absorb through your skin. In fact, what they call it is acid rain, but in general, it is actually metals. It is the combination of metals that have been liquefied into emulsification, clear form. Okay? At that point, it becomes what they call rain. It has never been rain. The only time it really rains is when you see a rainbow. So if you do not have a rainbow after it rains, please understand they just dumped metals on you. That smell you smell after rain, okay? Do you know what that is? It's metal and magnesiums and different things. And a lot of times before it does that, you're going to see the sky turn a variety of colors. Those colors are usually going to be orange, purple, okay, and that weird shade of red. And a little bit after that expands, you're going to get dark cloud coverage because it is the combustion cycle of these elements that causes it to rain, which is why they call it acid rain. It is raining metals that turn your liquid DNA into acid. In other words, it supercharges you Okay, like a metal, when you are not made to be supercharged in that way. It's supercharging your blood. What's meant to be supercharged was your body, not your blood. Okay? I don't care if you understand what I'm saying or not, because the people that need to get it, your melanin will help you connect. For the tethers who are still trying to pretend they understand, may you never. I will say again, you have to understand where you are. When you understand where you are, you can't trust anything here. It's not made for you to trust, it's made to distract you. See, the only thing that is to come for you after you've been born here now is DEATH. And the thing that most people don't understand, the thing you're chasing, is a calm death. That is what most people are afraid of. This is what most people spend their whole life trying to pretend, okay, they're going to get off top. If I do this, I'm going to have a calm whole time spiritually. You're not going to be able to have any of these things in Babylon. Imagine still worrying about death when Babylon won't even let you keep your own bodies. See, in order to keep your body, you would have to have land to put it on. If black people still had land and were burying their families on the same land, you wouldn't have to worry about your ancestors working. Every time you needed something, you can go right outside, do what you needed to do, and it will be done. Because the power that lives in through you still has to go back into the earth, and that earth has to be connected to you for you to do anything with it. Why do you think they always want to own the land where they keep so-called putting your bodies into? And why you think they won't just put you back into the land? See, y'all got to understand something. Nature takes everything. Okay? There has never been a need for a funeral home or a funeral period. Naturally, everything goes back to the earth when it dies. That's why when the leaves fall off, nobody says, rake those leaves, but people who don't want them to go back to the earth. See, a lot of reasons why they tell you to rake the leaves and bag them up, they're not allowing that energy to go back. But every time they do that, they're keeping energy from being recreated. Okay, they are. I said what I said. Okay, this is why they eventually end up having to put fake stuff everywhere. I'll say again. Okay, if you don't know what a tether is, this ain't your chat. I'm not explaining simple things. And I will say again, okay, when it comes to the earth, you are made to go back to the earth naturally, meaning as you came into this world is how you were meant to go back into the earth. Most black people never go back into the earth properly. A lot of times they never. Do you know how many black people have convinced themselves they can't afford a funeral? Funerals are just an extra, they won't even let you die in peace. That's what a funeral is. All you needed is a piece of land. All you had to do was dig a hole and place your loved ones into it and cover them. Memorialize them. You don't need a white person to do that. White people won't let you be left alone in living or in death because they want to control everything about your process of evolvement. This is why you can't evolve, because they're at the base of everything that has to do with your evolvement. If you take them out of that matter, you'd be able to connect to spirits you haven't connected to in generations because they don't recognize you. See, a lot of our recognition is through blood. A lot of our blood is so tainted while we're on top of this land. By the time we pass away, it's not even recognizable as blood. That's why if they're going to take you in Babylon, they usually take you in your youthfulness or when they still feel your blood has not been tainted yet. They'll let you live forever. When you're tainted, okay, when you're tainted with the wrong energies, when you've created those manual bloodlines instead of spiritual ones, Babylon will let you live forever because they want you to breed with as many spiritual bloodlines as you can get, and they want your kids to catch them too. People be bragging, oh, I got a big family. A lot of times it's just because you guys participate in Babylon so hard, you can be fruitful here. The spiritual bloodlines, okay, that are made to free from Babylon and actually cross over because they're chosen ones, most of them don't even have bloodlines here because their energy was not made to be trapped here. See, the energy that's needed to transform the most, it's supposed to go into the ground for its transformation. A lot of people don't want to be transformed. That's why they created cremation so they can keep doing what they're doing, being of the air. I said what I said. And this is also why certain people don't put their raw bodies in the ground. They have to have a casket. Burying a body is free because nobody owns the earth but us. So imagine when somebody's telling you you got to spend money to bury something. The ground is free. There's nothing from the ground that would tell me I have to pay you to put something in it. So I have to pay you to plant a seed. That's weird, ain't it? Let me see if I can find this on here, y'all. Because I've been said for a long time certain things are weird. But a lot of people have been normalized pretty much the fall of America. And it's honestly, it's breathtaking how many black people have cheered and hopped and pretended that they love Babylon now. Look at how many black people are gay. I've never seen this many gay black people in my life. Look at how many black people are walking around looking like transgenders and weird things. Look how many black men and black women are still online talking about politics. I'm a Democrat. I'm Republican. Look at how many black people are over obsessed talking about jobs and titles that don't even exist. When the only job and title you've been given in nature, you're not even doing. And you're worried about what's going to happen to you if you don't participate in Babylon correctly. That's crazy. And like I said, I don't feel bad for a lot of women because a lot of black women have been online clowning themselves for years. They'll be on here with a bust down on, okay, full face beat, okay, designer clothes on, talking shit about the woman whose hair texture they're wearing. Imagine trying to clown the same women whose hair textures you're wearing and crying to the whole world, my hair's not like that. Oh no. Imagine crying about black men, but still using the curl pattern system that a colorist black men created. When were your mothers going by this curl typing system? Just wondering. I'm asking for a friend. No, I'm not, bitch. I'm asking for me. You know, no, not all the time. A lot of white areas don't have gemstones. Gemstones usually are per region. And a lot of the regions of the map have been construed so much. A lot of people don't understand where certain elements are that you need. And I often find it interesting how certain people can pretend they can do certain rituals without certain elements. And you can't. There's no way possible. I also will say this. If you are not in the South, I'm going to need you to stop pretending you're spiritual. You're not. That's why most people who are in other places, most weird black people or black people who have distanced themselves from the South and their roots, you're always in our spaces trying to steal from us and repeat our content and pretend you're spiritual because you have a problem admitting that you're disconnected from your roots, nor do you want to go back to them. When you wouldn't have to steal other people's vibe if you would just allow yourself to come back to your roots. Look at all the black people who be online talking like white people. You don't want to see how in New York and blah, blah, blah. There's not a spiritual person alive that real black people can't understand. It's sad. Y'all lying ass grandmas be up here selling Uchi and then be up here talking about spiritual stuff. Y'all grandmas and mamas are online right now trying to do every TikTok dance and y'all y'all know what time it is. Okay? As soon as certain women meet the real things, they try to become it. And gay men do the same things. This is why a lot of witchcraft is misconstrued and it's not witchcraft and it's not sorcery. Do you know what it's called? It's called Comector. That's what it's called, Comector. It is Comector. It's funny because they changed it to be called an inductor, and that's not what the fuck it is. See, a lot of people think they are smart, but if you realize that there's nothing new under my sun, you would understand that when you connect the way you need to, only your enlightened vision can break down the lies that have been printed in mass form. At that point, they have to redo their books ever so often when you hit them with truth because goddamn, how does she connect the dots of this? We've been studying this for 62 years and she connected it, and because you know you a damn lie. Imagine pretending, like I said, these are the same people who are pretending they're still trying to figure out if they want to be a boy or a girl, and that's chosen for you. Do you really think? Come on. And I say again, this is why people have to understand content creation was not made to make you rich as a black person. It's made to string you along and penny you like it always has in every area. There will always be somebody that can take from you what they can't produce themselves because this is Babylon. The only reason why social media exists is so that down low men can roam and so that, well, they can steal energy and creation from people they don't want to buy it from. All of the guidelines in place here, all of the rules are legal ways to steal from you. Every dime that somebody else wants to send to you, it's being intercepted by this. You get it? The internet is an interception. It's like you're throwing a pass, because I just figured out what an interception is. So it's like throwing a pass, and then someone from the other team jumps up and stops it and goes the other direction. And that is why the internet exists. Because their whole plan was AI and to bring this Ouija board to life and to bring energies to life that don't exist. And to do that, they still need energies that actually exist, which would be us, because you're the electromagnetic being that can permeate through this screen. Get it? And the more you keep your palms on this screen and your eyes on this screen, you are able to perform the best black magic of your life. It's only when you look away can you not connect to it. But all of your senses are connected to it, which is why they have sound buttons. Okay, you could be in your room, but if something is trying to reach your energy, you're gonna hear a vibration. You're gonna have a text message, a tone. It's connected to your senses. Okay, your phones are connected to your senses. Okay, that's why if you can't hear it right now, put it on vibrate so you can feel it. Okay, I mean, your phone is a Ouija board. Okay, your TV is a Ouija board. They're all systems of different factors of energy. Okay, they're made to connect to different things, such as the radio. Okay, every generation has been given high class moderation and frequency. Okay, meaning for certain generations, the radio was the thing that was used to scramble them. Okay, the radio was used to scramble them. Okay, so all they know is what they hear. They don't give a damn about what they see, is what they hear. Okay, there's generations, all they care about is what they heard. Okay, if it sounded good, I went along with it. Okay, after that, they was like, well, if we can get them with sound and what they hear and they believe in it, let's see if we can get the next generation with their eyes and their vision. Boom, we got television. Okay, technology is nothing more than a combination of how to trap your senses in technology. Phones became a pivotal way to merge them all. So that was one of their best technologies. And I want you guys to understand also, this is why they're trying to make everything electric as well. Okay? When you've depleted all the other resources like water and natural elements, okay, they have to use something more, well, in abundance. And this is also why they keep trying to convince you that casual smex is a thing, because they need you to keep creating energy that doesn't exist, because that's the only thing that can fuel the energy they're creating, like this, that doesn't exist. This is why there's so many gay people. This is the energies and frequencies that are not natural are what help fuel things like this, because they can only get fuel from opposite. Okay, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. This is why I tell people gayness is not a thing. Gayness only happens when you go against self. Because gayness is not a sexual thing. Being gay would be a spiritual thing. It would be, I'm attracted to this person because of their spiritual element. Okay? Our bonding, okay, of intimacy, not sexually. Because sexually, women don't choose that. Women do not even think about smex. Okay? You don't. In fact, this is why in the wild, most men just take it from you. Okay? In nature, men fight over the women. They're not fighting over the men. What do you think is the reason why so many men are fighting women? It's because they're not going to tell you. And why do you think so many men who claim they're straight are letting gay men push women out of the category of biological woman and put themselves in it? Because they'll never be honest about the fact that most of them have been emasculated by each other more than a woman ever has. And they'll never tell you, okay, that once you have had a man inside of you as a man, whether it's your mouth or your other orifices, guess what? Your energy will never be the same again, and you'll never be able to bond naturally to a woman again. And that is your equal and opposite reaction, which is why men who always talk about divorce, and they have to, because it was a contract that men were never holding up. Divorce is only needed, and women only take a certain amount because what's taken from them is stuff they can't get back. It's energy, it's essence. A woman who is sleeping with a man who is sleeping with another man, she will never heal her energy for real again unless she cleanses in the deepest ways. Because the energy that is put into this man, okay, cannot come out. It can only come out in something that receives. Baby, that's you. So most gay men can only be gay. Down low men can only be down low if they have a woman to release into. That's the only way most of them are not dead already. They have these experiences, they build up energy. It's your essence they release that energy into, but that's unnatural energy. In so doing, you'll understand why gay witchcraft is the only one that black women are under. And most black women don't even understand that's why you will still take a man you know is fruity. You be trying to change fruity men. Poor you. It's okay. It's just the truth. This is why men pretend there are more women than men. So there is absolutely a woman that is his type somewhere. The reason why a lot of men are lonely because his type is a man. An image is everything to guys who have made having you and the best versions of you a guy thing. But they can't handle the best versions of you because they're never going to give you the best versions of them. The ones who do, that's why you be like, damn, she different. Yeah, because she's having different energy received in her. And it ain't being tainted. So energy like that, you can only feel it. It ain't about seeing it. You gonna know it's there. You gonna know not to play with him. You gonna know he's not gonna jeopardize his family. You gonna know she's not gonna blink once. Okay? It's a different energy that's created in you when men are not serving two masters. I don't care how you understand this. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transferred. And the energy that is being transferred into black women didn't just come from no weave, baby. A lot of y'all are busting down men who are giving y'all spirits from gay men that y'all can't get rid of. Only a gay man can release it. Y'all going back and forth with men, and I'm gonna tell y'all how it works. This is why a lot of y'all be confused. A down low man will go sleep with a man. Take that energy, okay? Come back to you, release that energy into you. Y'all clashing. He goes and has sex with the gay guy again. Bring some more energy back. Bring it to you. You cleanse it again because usually you didn't had another period cycle by then, and boom, y'all, you and him on one accord again. You don't understand why you ain't mad at him again because you're cleansing your energy. He can't. You're his energy cleanser. Okay, women to this day don't understand why you have to bleed because men are releasing into you their unnatural energies that they can't cleanse themselves. That's why it's coming out of the most vile places. And a lot of women don't understand this is why you have your cycle. Okay, I don't give a fuck what you know. Life knew this before you ever understood this. The energies that are being put into you can only be cleansed by your blood because what they're doing ends up tainting your blood. This is how HIV, why you think T.S. Madison and all these people always talking about prep, prep, prep? Bitch, no. Just stop playing with us because you hate yourself. Imagine playing us endless cycle and they can't even explain it. Okay, some of them already know what's going on, but I tell women this, a lot of them don't understand why they be so back and forth with dudes because he's going back and being with a guy, being with you. You're cleansing it. Okay, y'all on one accord again. He gonna do it again. You should know. Okay, a lot of women act like they're slow to things, but it's not that hard to understand when you are spiritually aligned. You feel it. You see it. You see it in their mannerisms. You see it in the way they look at other men. You see it in the way, okay, they talk about things that have nothing to do with certain things. You see it in the way, okay, they disconnect from your pain as a woman. And the only way they can do that is if they are going against you behind your back. Because men who aren't are going to be vocal about your disrespect. I don't give a fuck what you like. That's not what I like. I love my wife. That's why I chose her. Look at how many wives you see online bragging. Where are the men who back up these women? I'm going to say something else and it may offend people, but I'm going to say this. A lot of people who are online talking about witchcraft only want you to be, okay, turned off by listening to knowledge. Anything that black people and white people in Babylon cannot put themselves at the center of, they call witchcraft. But the only reason they call it witchcraft is because spiritually they can't connect to the raw source because the raw source knows that you are not raw. You're impure. You have impure thoughts and impure intentions. This is why a lot of people say, this is evil, this is evil. You are in Babylon. You don't even have the freedom of thought. Every thought you have has been given to you by Babylon. That's why you have to have a notion of a period called being woke. Because people have all been sleeping. on everything. And the people who call themselves woke the most, if they were so woke, they never would have came online telling Babylon that they understand certain things. Why you think all of a sudden Babylon's able to do AI and recreate everything? You've given them thoughts and creativities they couldn't come up with without you. And they ain't even have to pay you to do it. You over here doing it in the name of somebody looking at you. You've been looked at your whole life and still doing the most for views. That's all you're getting, some fucking views. Why do you think the same people can't stop repeating my content? Because they getting views. You're getting views and you're trapping more spirits and then wonder why we can't get free. Can you let the people who need to channel truth channel it? This is what happens. What I tell you, these fake truth tellers and oppositioners, they are creating interceptions in our energy. Like I said, just like the sport, you throw in your energy, and something else is jumping up and saying, "Ooh, I like that. Ooh, let me run it this way." They keep intercepting our energy and running it to all the tethers and the bottom feeders. And then the bottom feeders and the tethers are coming around, okay, pretending to create manual bloodlines with spiritual bloodlines. And most spiritual bloodlines, when they realize that they've been tricked, they end up saying, fuck this, I'll do it by myself. Okay, because you realize you have been tricked into breeding with a tether who was good at pretending. And this is the same thing on the internet. Most content creators, when you look at them, they're creating for views, and that's all they're getting. They're getting views. That's why they can't never stop creating something to lie about. To the point where if you pay attention to how many people who do witchcraft all of a sudden just came out the woodworks within the last year, where did y'all come from? Y'all ain't been online in 6 years talking about your witchcraft content. All of a sudden y'all got content for days. Where it come from? See, one thing people will never tell you is their source. They want to pretend they are the source. That being said, that's why you can allow white people to put themselves in the place of God instead of nature. I just want to thank God for waking me up this morning. God didn't wake you up. Nature did, because nature knows that you don't understand where you are and your purpose. So nature keep waking your dumb ass up, because every day is Sunday here. And if the earth did what the earth really wanted to do, okay, we would have one day to understand what the fuck is going on and let her know that we acknowledge her and only her, and she will destroy everything around us so that we could be with her again. The only reason the earth doesn't do that is because the earth knows too many of her children do have the possibility of being saved, but there's too many interceptions. This is why, if people understood, hell is only long because y'all keep creating spirits here that ain't meant to be created, and you keep letting Babylon convince you to do it. See, 4B movement might be good because people can finally understand, without women creating these down low men's bloodlines, we would already be free. The bloodlines that you're creating are growing up and trying to push you out of natural motherhood and womanhood. It's, imagine not realizing it's the seeds you're creating that are trying to take your biological womanhood identity. Nobody else. It's not the gays who are in their 190, 80 years old. They're too busy worrying about health, okay, and how to pay their bills, okay? It's your kids and grandkids, okay, who are pushing you out of womanhood. Do you understand that? And the whole time, as women, you're clapping for them. That's how under gay witchcraft you are. This is how sad it is to know that so many women are having regular smecks with men who are having regular smecks with men, that y'all energy is so fucked up. Y'all still don't understand why you mad one day, why you still with men that you hate. You're trapped. People talk about soul ties. Oh baby, it's deeper than soul ties. It's way deeper than soul ties. It's gay ties. Y'all have gay ties. That's why the only thing that's been allowed to rise in Babylon is what your men are doing in the dark. And a lot of these women who come on here and be like, I'm married, y'all eat more carpet, okay, than carpet itself. That's why you're always on here worried about what other women are doing, trying to tell other women how to look, how to dress. It's because you want women. Okay? For every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. So married people are usually the gayest people ever. And a lot of us can look at them and tell they're weird. Like, you don't even seem like somebody that would get married. You don't even seem like, because they're not. And in order to stay married, they be having to do the most. Go look up all the websites where they have swinger couples, and it's usually couples looking for somebody to add to their bedroom. What's wrong? Not enough excitement there? Probably not when y'all have nothing but gay soul ties. And I'll say again, if women understood why they were given the ability to cleanse and why they have to do it so often, only then would you understand why so many women spiritually know to be celibate right now, or at least try to be. The world has convinced you to like something that could very well take your essence. Casual smecks. Men wanting you to be available for casual smecks because they make themselves available for it is the only reason why most of women refuse to believe, okay, that men don't like us. And men don't like us because they don't have to like us. There's always a gay guy somewhere who's offering himself. Okay, I don't care what y'all say. A lot of y'all gonna be very, very disappointed when y'all start running into these men who are giving y'all packages y'all can't get rid of. And a lot of y'all already started because you always been a Uchi seller. Okay, a lot of these women who come on here, I'm the baddest, I'm this, I'm these women have sold more coochie than a little bit. Okay, that's why they think they're so bad whole time. Nobody thinks they're that bad. Every guy that get with them be like, damn, I don't feel no walls. Half of the women who swear they're the baddies, they are just like ran through gay guys, which is why after a while, a lot of guys prefer gay guys because a lot of the gay guys ain't even as ran through as the hoes they want. Make it make sense. But these are the same women act like they Uchi so good. This is why trans people, okay, are always talking about their imaginary Uchis. Meanwhile, as a woman, when you talk about your real one, ew, fish, the same fish you want to be like. The same fish you want men to see you as. You still want men to dive in your non existent ocean. And imagine when they make it law to where you can't speak up against the grown ass men who are trying to merge themselves into womanhood. Oh, that's against the community guidelines. You can't say that. How come I can't? It's literally what you're doing. This is literally what you brag about doing in your spaces. There's no reason for gay people to be talking about gender roles. You already chose what you wanted to do. Not be a man. You wanted to act like a woman. Being gay is not a real thing. Being gay means being happy. Why is it the only time you're happy when you're sleeping with a man who's sleeping with a woman? And I'll say again, the only thing that gives gay men power is the fact that most of the men who are gay are sleeping with men who are sleeping with women. The less men who are sleeping with gay men, okay, the less power gay people would have. That's how you know that they're doing both. And the only thing women keep elevating are the gay guys. And sadly, I will say again, a lot of women don't even realize why metal is being dumped on you in high regard and why certain things are really made to keep your energy and blood in you a certain way, all the way down to tampons and things like that. They want your menstruation to gather in your center when really it's supposed to be released. Okay, it's supposed to be released. Okay, menstruation cups are something that a lot of women may want to start looking into, even for thinking about the apocalypse times. Having a menstruation cup would save your life, okay, in those times. If you ever had to go without having tampons and pads, you just have to be honest with yourself. A lot of things are not natural for us as women. Okay, and a lot of men spend a lot of time pretending we need to know more about men, know about Jesus, know about this, know about that, the presidents. Women spend no time being able to learn ourselves, nor do men take the time to learn us because they're too busy learning their assholes. I said what I said. They pretend that the womb they come out of is so uninteresting and then spend all their time trying to mimic it. Why, how are you trying to mimic something you've never taken the time to get to the bottom of and actually understand? This is why most men can't be intimate with women, because their intimacy goes to each other. Most guys talk to each other more during sex than they will ever talk to you. That's why they're quiet usually in sex with you and loud with each other. They're only intimate with each other because the only thing they've ever been had to intimately understand is themselves. And this is why I tell people men are not made to teach. You are a lover of yourself. You are gay, most men. Most men have to fight. Like, the biggest fight in this world is men actually battling the ability to be masculine. Most men absolutely become emasculated. I don't care what y'all say. That's the biggest fight. And that's why most of them are lonely, because most women already know the men trying to connect to them are those type of men. Man, I don't know what it is with women, man. No, she just feels the type of time you want. That's why after a while they'll complain about you, okay? But you be wondering, why you so lonely? You in a place full of women, beautiful women, okay? Women with jobs, women with money, women with cars, women with all this shit, and you just so lonely. Because the person they wish they could pop out with is not a woman. Sorry that y'all don't understand that. You said that's why older women have cats than some younger women. I don't know what that means. Maybe I read it wrong. You said I knew it was getting weird when I started seeing prep on billboards. Oh wow, I ain't never seen that. I would have took a picture. Y'all look at this shit. I ain't never seen that. Maybe I don't go out enough then. I'm glad I ain't seen that, because I would have been like, well, my. Okay. Baby, I don't care about Candace Owens and these coons. I'm going to say this again. All the people y'all know on TV is dusty ass Africans and people from other nations. They are not black Americans. That's why they spend all their time acting like coons in front of the whole world. They don't care what you think about them. And I don't give a damn what they think about me. Telling the truth about them. Straight up. And thank y'all so much to everybody who came on here and helped me get my watch hours today. I appreciate y'all. I rock with it. Okay? Stay tuned. And I'm going to say this again. Okay? For those of you who don't understand certain things, a lot of people only want you as a black person if you're doing more than them, more than they can do themselves. And a lot of times they still don't want you. Okay? It's having you that connects them to what they really like, or people seeing them a certain way. So you have to be very careful, because a lot of times you are people's come up. Being with you shows a lot more about them in character than anything. And I'm also going to say this. You can still be with somebody who is racist. Okay, there are black people who hate white people and still date white people. There are white people who hate black people, still date black people, have kids with them. This is not uncommon. This is in every race. Okay, and I still want you to understand that if people really care about you, they're not going to mind you as a black person speaking up about what you go through and what you've gone through in traumas. They're not going to erase, okay, all the things that actually exist for you because they're with you now. Okay, and this is why I tell people I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in things that reduce my ancestors to not existing and putting somebody else in the place of their victimhood. In other words, Jesus is not a victim. All of the black people of slavery were the victims, and they wouldn't even let black people come out of slavery and remember what they went through. They didn't even want you to remember being a victim, so they would never be able to paint you as one for anything. In other words, as soon as I took away your victimhood and gave it to Jesus, at that point, we're on an even playing field. Look, you got Jesus. You'll be fine. To this day, those types of black people are the most stagnant, ignorant black people we have in our community. And they never stop lying. They never stop multiplying. And they never stop pushing their mindsets on all their children. And all their children end up nothing more than gay, because Jesus is based in gaydom. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And that Holy Spirit is the lust. How you come into the world, okay, a natural birth. There's no reason for you to have a baptism. A baptism is a reverse birth. That's what a baptism is. You're being baptized in a spirit. And the only way you can do that is through the water, baby. Okay? Through the water. So imagine them rebinding you and telling you, we finna make you gay now. And black people all over the world lining up over a Father and a Son and a Holy Spirit. And then you wonder why you love your sons and hate your daughters. And then most of your sons are gay. Because the spirit you're binding to is homosexuality. Let's call a thing a thing. This is why most of the popes and preachers and everybody else, they're gay. They like little boys. Okay? Because the more pure they contain something, the better they feel about themselves. This is why white women and other people be like, I'm skinny. You're just helping people uphold their pedophilia. That's it. Because men who like pee, they not worried about any of that. Okay? How do we know this? Well, according to a lot of women, all you gotta do is ask a gay guy. And most gay guys don't look like shit and still get plenty of D. So let's call it thing a thing. Most guys who are really, really handsome, they usually still want to be seen next to a beautiful woman. Okay, this is why so many women don't believe that they can be a beard. I'm too pretty for that. No, you're the main person who's perfect for that. Because a lot of y'all's pretty is fake. That's why when y'all go through real traumas, baby, y'all be looking rough because you ain't never looked pretty before. Your pretty was faked. Look at women who be online and be like, before my boyfriend, after my boyfriend. Bitch, you was still the same person like that before. Okay, you just had your makeup done and your hair done. That's the difference. You're broker. Okay, or something like that. Most of them are not changing in a high regard. Okay, let's call a thing a thing. That's why the women who are still broke and struggling, they're only mad about their hair and things like that because they can't manipulate it. They can't lie to you about it. They don't have enough money to pretend. Okay, that's why they be on here with these faceless channels and so on and so forth. Ain't talking about nothing. Y'all let me know what y'all think. I appreciate everybody who tuned in. Oh, I'm not worried about that. What do you think about these men practicing semen retention? They're not. Most of them are not practicing semen retention. You have to understand, men's energy, what they don't understand in spirituality, what men secrete to the most, meaning who they jack off to and release that energy to, is usually who their masculinity goes back to. So when a lot of these men are saying they're practicing stuff, please understand, just because he's not spiritually putting that into a body, a person, a woman, okay, when that energy releases, you can't see the other energy that comes along. Okay, most of us still come in solid, liquid, gas form. Okay, that's why you have to breathe air. You still have to pee, and they don't come out the same ways. Your poop comes out different. You are still solid, liquid, gas. Okay, your mind, body, soul, solid, liquid, gas. Okay, and when you understand that, you have to understand that when men pretend they understand spiritual things, they have never understood it. If they did, they would understand how people like myself know that what's being done in the dark is exactly what we're talking about. Them pretending they like women and spending more time exerting their penises at the thought, okay, of men. Men are lovers of themselves, which is why it's hard for a lot of women to connect to them. They don't love you, they love themselves. So a lot of times, if a man loves you, okay, a lot of times, do you not know the only thing that man is up against is being emasculated by other men 24/7? That is men's biggest struggle that they won't tell you about. 24/7, he's being bombarded with trans people. Hey, I'm hosting. Come get this. Look, I look passable as a woman. Look at this. Okay, gay guys. Who daddy can I do this to? Who want it? Who men's biggest struggle is not women. It's being emasculated by men. And most of them are up against it so heavy they never pass that battle. They end up participating to the point where they become obsessed in being emasculated because it's an energy thing and it wasn't made for them to do. That's why when you feel it or you have it done, you can't stop really, okay, longing for it spiritually. This is why I think it's crazy when gay guys be like, I'm changed, I'm born again, I became a Christian, I'm not gay no more. Sir, you finna gay the church. This is why there's more Kirk Franklins in the church than you will ever see a man that you be like, he's handsome and strong. And masculinity doesn't live in the church, just gay warlocks. That's why there ain't too many churches. Every church you know has a Babylonian flag in it to let you know who they giving their allegiance to. It ain't to you as a woman. It will forever and always be their white men daddy. Okay, even the church is still built on black men letting you know they love white men and white peen more than they will ever free themselves if given the opportunity. Meanwhile, do you think most white men are getting up and going to church? Why do you think they took prayer out of schools? They knew they weren't even finna keep up that lie. You are in Sodom and Gomorrah. Everything is about sodomy and sodomizing your men. That is his biggest battle, and men will never talk about it because that's their only battle. It's not women. Women make everything easy. It's the fact that they can't talk about what they go through with each other in the emasculating, constant emasculation of Babylon. Seeing themselves in bitch forms do bitch shit. That's what Babylon is about. Oh well. If you didn't know, now you do. I'm going to say again, for those of you who understand, make sure your antennas are always out and up when available. And when certain energies are around who would, interfere with those frequencies being understood, make sure you wrapping your hair and covering it. Okay? Cover it well. Okay? I say again, a lot of people are here to play games and get views. You've been looked at your whole life. Motherfuckers know who you are. The last thing you need is to be looked at. A lot of y'all need to disappear so you can get your shit done. And a lot of y'all ain't gonna never get shit done because you got too many eyes on you. That's why you can't get busy. You can't get active. Be okay being unknown. Do your work. Do your work and don't pop out till it's done. That way can't nobody play with you, can't nobody take it from you, can't nobody steal it from you, can't nobody imitate it from you, patent it, trademark it, do whatever you need to. Stop putting your best work online. Okay, you're an artist, you're a singer, you're a painter, okay, whatever it is you are, stop putting your best work online so that other people can imitate it and take full credit for something you're putting your soul in. Okay, your gifts make room for you. That's why y'all sitting up here opening doors for people who can't open them themselves. And they're using the internet to let you help them do it. Okay, they all in your chats and you can't see who it is. They're waiting for you to say the right thing so they can have some content. They waiting on you to talk a certain. Why you think all of a sudden everybody understand ebonics? And you ain't went to school with, had a conversation with damn near any of these white folks and other people. Because they always watching you. Yes, a lot of single women only go to church when they looking for somebody man to steal. Most women in the church, the men they have is a man they stole from another woman. And it don't matter. She could look raggedy as can be. There's always a woman that she look better than. And a lot of these men, okay, will sell their wives out for a hoe. Okay, it don't matter how good of a wife she is, they will let her go if the right hoe will go. Okay, look at Derek Jackson. Men in the church choose any type of woman who worship them because they just happy to have a man. They know a lot of they men be gay and everything. They don't care. They ain't gonna tell, "Oh, baby, if you like that, I like it too." Okay, men, they don't care. Okay, they always gonna cap for their down low men, but they always gonna make sure as a woman, okay, you know that they hate you. Look at you. That's why you ain't married. Bitch, do I look like I want to be married? Okay, then it ain't hard to do. Okay, it is not hard to do, honey. So after a while, you have to think about why certain stuff is not what you should be doing in Babylon. And if you are going to marry somebody, make sure you and that person are one accord and understanding this is more of a business contract. Okay, and if you can't uphold your business contract because it's not enough love in it, you may not want to do that because it's probably going to end real ugly for you. That's why a lot of these women be playing these games with men they know are down low and stuff, and then think they gonna take these gay or down low men for everything they got, and he just gonna let you divorce him. Girl, you are the beard. Okay, you ain't got no power in this. You ain't never had power. Okay, and then they be ready. I've been married to him for 18 years. I've been married to him for 24 years, 30 years. Don't matter. He's still gonna probably take you clean up off this earth if you think you're gonna destroy his image that you've been helping him keep forever. He's not destroying his image. He's destroying the fact that you can't tell his secrets. That's what he's getting rid of. Because only certain women know what I'm talking about. It's so many women who are with down low men who will not come on here and have these conversations because they know they ain't gonna never leave that down low nigga, and they ain't gonna never do it. Like when I tell you it's embarrassing, it is embarrassing. That's why I feel bad for women who are just putting themselves at risk. You gonna be walking around with everything. You gonna have HIV, you gonna have herpes, you gonna have syphilis. Y'all gonna have the same shit a lot of these gay men are single for, because a lot of them are scared to give certain men their diseases because the men will probably delete you. Okay, y'all be on here. A lot of men don't care either. They be on here giving each other diseases and bringing them straight back to you too. Don't act like those men don't exist. But we talking about logically, people who want to uphold their lies, they gonna protect themselves a lot harder in upkeep, and nobody can upkeep that like a husband because he has an image to uphold. Okay, that's why I tell y'all, most of the gay men, the down low whisperers, baby, they want your husbands. Okay, they waiting on you to get married, and oh, she think her marriage means something. She just picked out this dress, and that don't mean shit. Oh, he gonna have sex with me before the day of her wedding. Like, this is how a lot of these men think about you. Okay, and sadly, the only people I feel bad for are the women who can't really read energy good enough to know this. They end up getting with bloodlines, and it be real overwhelming for them because spiritually they are really good people. Okay, who get taken advantage of. Okay, but everybody past a certain point is not naive. Okay, being naive, if you ask me, is very much so a more youthful thing. The older you get, you can look around you and piece things together. That's why a lot of older women are like, baby, please. Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever she think, whatever her strokes her boat. A lot of these older women were the baddies of their times, and a lot of them still baddies. Okay, so okay, and when the baddies of all generations can come together and let you know it ain't just them. Okay, it ain't just you. Okay, you need to be able to listen sometimes. Okay, this is why sometimes I do believe men when they say women don't listen. Men be trying to tell women all different type of ways, and women still be like, but what can I do? You can't do anything sometimes but do you. So imagine when doing you is the only thing that can reverse energy, and women are still trying to do gay men. Women are still turning themselves into drag queens, and yeah. And I say again, I'm going to do a live stream, but it's going to be my members only. And there we are going to be talking about different ways that channeling works for women who have natural hair. Okay. And if you do not look like a descendant of me, okay, it's not for you. Okay. Like I said, all of the fake knowledge you've created for yourself, go roam in that. Okay. My knowledge is not your knowledge. Go roam in the fake knowledge you have basked in for hundreds of years. Okay. I say what I said. For those of you who are interested in learning, okay, about certain minerals, okay, that you can use to see what blood type you are, to see what tribes you come from, okay, there are minerals that turn different colors when they connect to certain elements in your blood. Some of them will turn blue, some of them will turn purple. A lot of times they're letting you know elementally what, okay, your crop is of the nation you come from. They're usually going to be the same colors, okay. In certain regions there are certain plants, okay, that are abundant there, and a lot of times your blood will turn the color of these plants. Okay, so if you don't understand what elements actually mix and do that, you are more than welcome to join the conversation. And like I said, this is only going to be in my members only. Everything isn't for everybody. But again, I thank everybody who came here and said hello, join the chat, hit the like button. Thank y'all so much for helping me get my watch hours. So if I don't come back on here, y'all, please understand I need to get my rest, and I will be kind of a little busy, okay? But I'm definitely going to come here when I can and kick it with y'all and drop some gems because, well, I'm going to drop the truth for free, okay? Money ain't real. But I definitely appreciate everybody who comes here to help me support the vision of having a homestead because money is needed for that. Okay, so for those of you who want to help and contribute, I say thank you so much. You may very well just be on our city or town one day as family. Okay, like I said, a lot of people are trying to do small-minded things. This is no Dr. Umar shit. Okay, if you can't have a city or a town for yourself with 10 acres, what are you doing with it? Okay, everything ain't about self. We need each other. Okay, just like the ants, we all work together and have a purpose. And if we all would allow each other to do that, we would all be abundant and evolve. Okay, so for those of you who are on your journeys for real, shout out to y'all. Okay, keep on your purpose, keep being protected. It's always people like me who are gonna be making sure I speak into the universe, everything in my power to protect you as well. Like I said, I'm not Babylon. I don't need a false excuse to love you. I see you even though they don't want me to. Okay. That being said, y'all have a beautiful rest of y'all day. Okay, I'll talk to you later in my members only. And everybody, like I said, be safe. Choose peace. Unless it's war.